I'm looking forward to an amazing show. Trust me, it's going to be beautiful here, man. I just can't wait to see what's going to happen next. Well, fashion has been just you expressing yourself from your inner self. You know, it doesn't really matter whatever you're putting on, so long as it represents your identity. That's fashion for me. Come on, that's what it is.
I'm expecting different brand, different. Honestly, I want to improve on my dress, so I'm coming here looking out for more. But now I'm going around, I'm seeing different exciting things, so I'm really happy to be here.
This is my first time attending this, and
What do you think so far?
this is marvelous. This is marvelous. Like they are they meet my expectation. Fashion to me is anything you do that you are not afraid to showcase to people.
Wow, it's amazing to be here. I'm coming all the way from the mainland. Every year I come to make this up. Yeah, I've been banking with GTB for a very long time. So I always get this special invitation. I used to think I'm the only one. I don't know, it's a lot of us banking with GTB. So
What are you expecting this year from this event?
it has been amazing every year. It keeps improving. The place is like Europe, man. It's like I'm in Europe. It's like I'm not even away from Nigeria. So I always expect greatness from GTB. The G for them is always greatness for me, including my banking app and transactions. Everything about GTB is always extraordinary. So I expect the best all the time, and I know they're always going to give it. Me, fashion is everything. I'm a record producer, and I encourage all my artists to do fashion. Not just about the local wear, but any trending aspect of fashion, we encourage it, because music, fashion, design, lifestyle is all the same. So fashion for us is 100% like what we should be doing every day.
Fashion to me, what is fashion to me? I mean, just yourself. Fashion to me is the way of life. You know, just your attitude, your life, yourself. I mean, just be what you want to be. Fashion, yeah.
Wow, all I can say, the fashion week is awesome. I really like what I'm seeing. You guys, thumbs up. Fashion is life. I'm fashion itself.
What about you? What is fashion for you?
Fashion is my personality. Whatever you see, that's what I am.
All right.
Fashion is, fashion is personalized.
Right.
Yeah, fashion is a way of interpreting who you are. Because when people see you, they can tell who you are, the kind of person you are by what you are wearing. So for me, I would say fashion is personalized.
So this is a great platform for brand visibility. I believe being here is going to take my brand to the next level. I'm going to interact with other designers. I'm going to meet customers from all over the world, because a lot of people are coming here out of Nigeria. So this is a very big platform to showcase my brand. Fashion is what you tell yourself it is. Fashion is how you feel. Fashion is I don't know how to put it, but fashion is what you feel is right for you. Like, I'm wearing this dress, I like how it feels on my skin. I feel it's just the best dress to wear for this weather. So fashion is how you express your feelings.
So why am I here exactly? Of course, to show off fashion. I'm a stylist, a fashion designer, an entertainer as well. So I'm here to meet people who are also fashionistas, fashion designers, people who are in the game. And what am I expecting? Just fun, man. Fun, a good time. I get to attend the master class. I'm looking forward to the runway. And I'm looking forward to all the people who are here to exhibit their talents. Big ups to GT for putting this together every year.
Oh, actually, okay, so my definition of fashion is actually expression, how to express yourself, basically.
I usually came for the master class. Yeah, but I was late, so.
Why are you here?
I'm here for the freebie.
What?
For the freebies.
Oh my yummy. You are yeah. Anyways.
Okay, so this is actually very fantastic. Like, I like what I'm seeing around. They don't usually disappoint. Trust me, GTCO is always the best. And my outfit is inspired by... Oh, okay. It's inspired by Tiwa Savage, so you can check it out. Okay. All right, and that's it. In one word, fantastic.
Hi, I like the idea that GT is putting this together. Right. Use a platform for people that have fashion and lifestyle ideas. I feel like I like this, and I think that more brands and more organizations should give platforms like this across board, not even just fashion, to other sectors of emerging industries, because things like this give people opportunity to network and assess people that are leaders in their industry. That's some sort of example and motivation for them to even do better. So I feel like this is a very big one for GT Bank, amazing one. I beg, GT Bank, I used one POS one time. They never refund my transaction. Thank you. I was just joking though. Amazing stuff. Amazing. Fashion is expression. I think the easiest way to make people know what you feel about yourself or who you want to be addressed as is what you wear and how you look in public.
All right, so it's just not fashion, right? It's fashion, it's GT Co Fashion Week, and everybody's here. It's just not fashion, it's also about the masterclass. We're teaching people how to connect with their brands, how to make their brands bigger, how to put their brands across to the whole world, and we can see across the people here that so many people here about to go in for the masterclass. It's GT Co Weekend. It's fashion at its finest, it's entertainment at its finest, it's connecting and networking at its finest, and we'll be talking to a whole lot of people here today.
Talking about wanting moments like this. So, a commercial that played in the United States that I did with Ulta Beauty when I was pregnant with my second son. And it's just full circle now. And the fact that I can be in Africa and Lagos here talking about the work that I do is just magical. So thank you so much again for having me. And we can talk about this life. You can see some pictures of my family, my husband, my sons up there while we talk. I was a doctor. I quickly realized that I didn't like blood. So I was like, I'm not gonna be a doctor. I don't necessarily want to be lawyer, but I love words. I love putting together words. I love stories. So it was like, let me do that. So I did a lot of internships at Vibe Magazine.
Do you guys know Vibe Magazine?
Vibe Magazine, Condé Nast Traveler Magazine, all of these places to get my foot in the door.
Essence, can we say Essence? Did you also worked at Essence? You guys know Essence as well.
Yeah, Essence. Shout out to Essence. And so, for me, the problem with publishing is they don't take the best and the brightest of the class. Like you don't just like, oh, I'm gonna be a banker, like the bank like hire, 100 people a year. Magazines have a masthead. There are positions. You have to wait for someone to leave in order to get that job. So it's very hard to get a job at a magazine.
Turn by turn.
Yes, girl. Like it was like, you're too big, you're too black, like it was too much. So I started to get more into beauty, and I loved it.
And we also know that Black people, in the abroad, Black people are somewhat of a minority. So to have someone who is
everything,
okay,
everything from head.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the event on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Lagos State is not only open and ready for business, but also prepared
to provide all the necessary policy support that would ensure businesses fully settle in and take off smoothly in the state. The overarching objective through the Things Plus development agenda is to foster an enabling environment by initiating and implementing policies that promote ease of doing business and facilitating government continuous support that guarantees business success through sustainable practices and inclusive economy. Similarly, through the business-friendly regulations, provision of infrastructure and investments in quality technical education to produce a world-class workforce, the Lagos State government is committed to ensuring that Lagos remains the first choice for business in Nigeria and across the West African landscape. This is the Greater Lagos Vision, and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyeduku. Welcome. This episode features Lagos. Governor Sanwo-Olu assures manufacturers of support for business growth. Food security. Lagos government building largest food logistics hub in West Africa assures of sufficiency. Lagos government approves 500% car refurbishment loan for state workers. Details of these and many more when we return. Please stay with us. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has assured manufacturers of government's continued support for the growth of their businesses in the state. Sanwo-Olu gave the assurance during the completion ceremony of the first 2,000 vehicles assembled in Lagos by GAC Motors in Ikeja. He said government support would come through business-friendly regulations, provisions of infrastructure, and investments in quality technical education to produce world-class workforce. According to him, the government is committed to ensuring that Lagos remains the first choice for businesses, not only in Nigeria, but across the West African landscape. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has restated the commitment of his administration to activate integrated plans to bring about infrastructure and funding that ensures food sufficiency and security in Lagos State. The governor was speaking at the grand finale of the year 2023 World Food Day celebrations held at the Police College, Ikeja, Lagos. It is the Police College Playground, venue of the grand finale of the year 2023 World Food Day celebrations. The day, celebrated annually, provides a platform for farmers from all 20 local government areas and 37 local council development areas, individuals, organizations and governments to unite in the fight against hunger and malnutrition. The arrival of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu heightens celebrations by the farmers. Governor Sanwo-Olu says farming is important to his administration to ensure that food is affordable and accessible to all. He disclosed that his administration is building the largest food logistics hub in West Africa and that phase 1 of the project will be commissioned next year in order to ensure food sufficiency and security in Lagos State.
2 years ago, we started with a 5-year strategic plan. Is to now take them to the middle level market. We've built 2-3 of them. We're building additional 5 or 4 or 5. So the middle level market will now take it from the main hubs, right? And before it now goes to the last mile, the corner shop market and the markets that all of you see on the day. So we have a robust integrated plan, at ensuring that food sufficiency, food adequacy in Lagos is secure.
Governor Sanwo-Olu said his government has achieved a lot through the Appease project. He was quick to call for collaboration with farmers in the state and neighboring states to grow more rice paddy.
Commissioner for Agriculture Abisola Olusonya said the World Food Day celebration was aimed at ensuring farmers in the state were given a space in society.
Consumers showcasing that indeed Lagos farmers are to be reckoned with. We have, like I said, the forum focused on issues which we as a government under the leadership of Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu are taking care of, and we want to assure our farmers that we'll continue to give them the maximum support.
She appreciated Governor Sanwo-Olu for recognizing farmers as the bedrock of the nation's economy. The theme for the year is Water is Life, Water is Food, Leave no one behind.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has approved 500% car refurbishment loan for state workers. The governor announced this during the swearing-in of Olabode Aguru as the 22nd head of service of Lagos State.
Seated are members of the State Executive Council, House of Assembly lawmakers, body of permanent secretaries, and political leaders. Also here are heads of state government parastatals, retired heads of service, state employees in different cadres, and traditional rulers. They thronged the banquet hall and government house Alausa Ikeja, where the ceremony to usher in the new Lagos Public Service helmsman was held to witness the formal swearing-in of Olabode Aguru into Lagos Public Service as the 22nd head of service. Aguru succeeds Hakeem Muriokola, who voluntarily retired last September after about 5 years at the saddle.
I, Aguru Shahid Olabode, solemnly swear
and pledge
that
in the service of Lagos State,
Following administration of the oath, Aguru performed his first official assignment, getting the governor's approval for the long-sought over 500% increase in the car refurbishment loan scheme for the state employees.
I just want to showcase another example of how you care for public servants. You directed me to bring up a file. I'm not supposed to bring it here, but I'm bringing it up here. So you directed me to bring up a file, and I brought up the file for your kind approval. I apologize for bringing this up for you, sir. But sir, today is also a working day. And as we know, you work 24 hours, 7 days a week, in the sun, in the rain, and wading through flood waters in Adeniji and all over Lagos State. So sir, I have the file here, sir. It is towards the welfare of public servants. I will address you when I talk.
The welfare scheme heralded the arrival of a new sheriff in the Lagos State Public Service. Governor Sanwo-Olu congratulated the new head of service, noting that the Constitution entrusted the office of the head of service with enormous responsibilities to provide direction and leadership for the public workforce. The governor urged Aguru to dedicate himself to the task of governance and work to build on the achievements of his predecessors.
Our administration remains committed to the welfare and the training of our public servants. Even as we continue to find ways to support the public service, this is a good platform, once again, to express administration appreciation to the entire public servants in Lagos State.
Giving his vote of assurance, Aguru said he inherited a fantastic, vibrant public service from his predecessor pledging to build on the legacy bequeathed to him.
So to the public servants, I promise to you to further promote your welfare, your working environment and conditions, and training across all cadres.
The head of service hailed Sanwo-Olu for prioritizing the workers' welfare, pointing out that the approval of the car refurbishment loan scheme would go a long way in motivating the state employees and raise their dedication.
Women have the capacity to transform not only lives, but also the broader landscape of the nation and the world if given the needed support. This was a submission of Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, while declaring the 23rd National Women's Conference, which held in Lagos Open.
The National Women Conference is an annual event organized by Committee of Wives of Lagos State Officials, COWSO. It is a platform that brings women together to discuss and develop ideas and solutions that will help to place them at the center of national development. 23rd in a series, the event, just like previous ones, had women from all spheres of life in attendance.
Celebrate! Come on, take it on! Let's go, come on!
The arrival of Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu further ignited the hall.
Let's go! Celebrate!
The First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, declared the conference open. She urged participants at the event to collaborate and support one another in ensuring that every woman in Nigeria has the tools and opportunities to reach her full potential.
It's not just about personal resources. It is about uplifting our families, communities, and our great nation as a whole. When women are empowered, society thrives. I call upon each and every one of you to embrace the theme of this conference, Unleash Your Potential, not only for your benefit, but for your individual states and the benefit of our beloved nation.
In his goodwill message, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu described the theme of the conference as apt. He underscored the need for women to be more intentional and determined in harnessing their innate abilities.
What better time can we unleash our potentials as great mothers, as great women, as great supporters, as great individuals, the great potentials that God has given to you. And so, seize the opportunity of the 2023 Council Conference to unleash your potentials, to rebirth yourself, to renew your commitment at home, in your places of work, in your various businesses, and in everywhere that you find yourself.
In her welcome address, Chairman of COWSO, who is also the wife of Lagos State Governor Dr. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, urged participants to take risk, face their fears, and push past their comfort zones in order to discover what they are truly capable of achieving.
Potential means nothing in the absence of action. Whatever you do as wives to your husbands, as mothers and grandmothers to your children and grandchildren, as guardians to your world, that you move your mind to your world. Think out of the box, if there's any box. In the words of Winston Churchill, continuous effort, not intelligence, is the key to unleashing our potentials.
Other speakers at the event included the Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, and the governors of Oyo, Ogun, and Osun, who were represented. They lauded the giant strides and the developmental projects already delivered by COWSO.
Women have been charged to carry on with the spirit of empowerment and believe that they can truly make a difference by supporting one another and continue to break down barriers. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu handed down this charge at the closing ceremony of the National Women Conference held in Lagos.
Strong, we are council, Committee of Wives of Lagos State Official, Inu Ilere Obìnrin ló Komulero, Committee of Wives of Lagos State Official, Inu Ayé Obìnrin ló Komulero. We are strong, we are
It's been 3 days of intense brainstorming, inspiration, conceptualizing, and creativity. These women have locked horns in this hall, fashioning out how to unleash their potential. They were taken through different presentations and in-depth analysis from brilliant minds, with industry experts sharing their thoughts and experiences. In her closing remarks, Chairperson of Council, Dr. Ibijoke Sanwo-Olu, advised all participants to apply lessons, skills, and network garnered at the conference to improve on their daily activities.
It has been an amazing and life-transforming experience for all participants at this year's conference. We have had top-notch presentations and in-depth analysis from brilliant minds and industry experts who have shared their thoughts and experiences on carefully chosen topics in furtherance of the agenda to ensure that women make the best of our strengths and capabilities as pillars in our various homes and society, and effectively deploy the matter, no woman, towards achieving phenomenal heights. With the high-level participation of political and economic leaders and women from across the country, as well as the quality of contributions during the interactive session, I am confident that the various conversations at this conference will further inspire women to unleash their potential and influence their state and nation significantly. It has also addressed various challenges affecting women and promoting their well-being for a productive and fulfilling lifestyle. Aside from the main theme, we have thoroughly examined other subtopics, and these include homestead farming, a positive step towards sustainable national food security.
She also encouraged the women to participate actively in the forthcoming national farming competition organized by the First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu.
And I'm hoping after this lecture that you had listened to, you will take part in the competition that is coming up, where the First Lady of Nigeria has said that she wants to encourage every woman towards national food security. And there is a competition that is taking place across the 36 states, in which we will have to upload and post pictures of us women doing some basic farming in our homes, in our little farm or large farms. And all of us are going to send pictures of these women that are taking part in this competition, and the winner gets all 20 million naira. 20 million naira. She has told us, all First Ladies, please search for the winner.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu was represented by the Secretary to the State Government, Mrs. Abimbola Salu Hundeyi. He described the theme of the conference as a call to action for everyone to make a difference, no matter the background or circumstances.
Make a difference. Whether you are a student, a professional, a businesswoman, a mother, or a leader, your potential is boundless. Let us support one another and continue to break down barriers, challenge stereotypes, and create opportunities for women to excel in every field. In conclusion, I would like to express my appreciation to the faculty of this conference. I know that your vast experience and deep knowledge have impacted positively on everyone who participated in this conference. My gratitude also goes to CALSO for their dedication to this conference and their tireless efforts to empower women.
In his keynote address, the governor of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed, who was represented by his deputy, Mohammed Awal Jatau, disclosed that his administration is committed to the cause of empowering women in a bid to achieve gender equality.
We have a responsibility to create an enabling environment that encourages entrepreneurship and fosters economic empowerment for women. Access to capital market, business training, and mentorship programs are essential in supporting women-owned businesses and facilitating their growth. By doing so, we are not only empowering women economically, but also driving economic development and poverty alleviation within our states.
As the tradition, this year's edition of the National Women's Conference also saw some men and women who have distinguished themselves in various fields honored.
We are one, we are CALSO, and we stand by our husbands. We are the mothers of the land. We will build with our hands a Lagos filled with greatness. We are strong. We are CALSO, Okoniwa. We will serve our land. We will stand for our people. We will rise and together we will build our home. We are strong. We are CALSO, Okoniwa. Committee of Wives of Lagos State officials. Inú ilé obìnrin ló kọ́mọ lérò. Committee of Wives of Lagos State officials. Inú ayé obìnrin ló kọ́mọ lérò. We are strong. We are CALSO, Okoniwa.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Lovikuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country, One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in Etiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Force men named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015. The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
As the menace of drug use eats into the fabric of the society, it's only proper to start educating our young ones at a very tender age. But how early is too early to talk to children about drug use? Well, today on the show, we'll be looking at Smart Kids Say No to Drugs. Welcome to Regardless, Nigeria's #1 anti-drug abuse TV series put together by Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry, KADAM, a faith-based non-for-profit organization at the forefront of the fight against drug abuse in our society, under the auspices of the Redeemed Christian Church of God. My name is Louisa Olani. I'm your host for the show today. But before I introduce my guest, I'll take you through the short video clip for today. And when we return, we'll delve straight into the conversation. Please stay tuned.
Mom,
Yeah?
if it is extremely risky and potentially profitable at the same time, I mean, isn't it worth the trial? I mean, no risk, no gain, right?
My love, I didn't know that bringing ice cream for you would require me to answer hard questions. You don't want to pick your bestie score, why? Is everything all right between the both of you?
I'm planning a safer, but potentially highly lucrative alternative to buying stocks for companies with the exposure of cryptocurrency. I'm actually working on a project for Dave.
How old are you again?
A young entrepreneur with 16 years of experience.
Okay.
Mom.
Yeah?
If you don't mind, can I talk to you when you get back?
Whatever I am going to do can wait. You are more important. Tell me, are you having problems in school? Did your friend disrespect you? Oh my goodness! You're seeing someone now?
Mom! Chill. It's not about that. Alero is hosting a party in the house today. So he invited all the cool kids in school, and I was wondering if he could help me select a dress for the party, because my friend Vera is also attending.
Oh, okay. What time is the party?
Now.
Ha! And you are still here. Where is Dave? Let me call him. He has to go with you. And then when you get there, behave yourself. Respect yourself. Remember the child of who you are. Remember your upbringing.
I'm having a royal change of mind.
You go.
Taylor and Vera, how nice of you guys to join me.
Happy birthday, Alero. Nice party. Happy birthday.
But you know this party is not for your levels. Please don't stay long. Okay?
Have you been baptized? That's the only way you can be here. But aren't we all classmates?
Obviously, we are classmates, but not in the same level.
I want to be in your levels, Jerry. What does it take?
Hey guys, what's good? Hey Views, how you doing? I enjoyed the party. Talk now. I remember me. Why are you blushing? Sister, then do you mind to don't come on. I'll be here. That's good. If you have someone to stay and take your access.
Me, I just want to be high.
Mommy, the party was actually great until the point I was asked to kiss a guy in a game of truth or dare. If not, I would have to drink from a mixture called squishes.
Oh. So what did you do?
I didn't even like the way the guy kissed me.
Ila! There's definitely something wrong with you.
Mom, that was it. Trust me.
You need to be more careful, for goodness sakes. I am not saying you cannot mingle with your peers, but you must draw a line. Have some limit. At your age, kissing boys.
I wasn't kissing boys, Mom. It was just a game.
What kind of a nonsense game is that? You don't even know if he has some kind of mouth infection or disease. Is that how I raised you?
No, Ma. I'm so sorry.
Sorry for yourself.
I just didn't want to be left out or give them a reason to laugh at me.
I'm calling Anero's mom now. I want to know what kind of responsible parent will allow children indulge in this kind of dangerous games, all in the name of house party.
Mom, they weren't actually home.
What? Your principal will hear this. Young lady, go upstairs right now, brush that dirty mouth of yours, and take a hot bath. Then come back here because I'm not done with you.
Mama, I'm deeply sorry.
Get out of my sight! Sorry, cause, sorry, me. Don't even know whether the boy did not even brush, has not brushed his mouth in 1 week. It's kissing you, it's a game, sorry.
Who didn't brush the car? Who brushed the car?
Baba no network. Ila, make sure you wash all those dishes.
Mayday, mayday, the eagle is in the nest. Abort mission. I repeat, mayday, mayday, the eagle is in the nest.
We don't have the house help in
and
this
out.
house. You better just stop being lazy. Eh? What? When did you start hiding your phone from me?
Can you imagine? Mikey gave me 50k just for a night. What's rubbish?
Enjoy
What
yourself
50K get
now.
for me? It's not
You
fair.
never see
I can't
anything
go and
yet.
give 50k.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see you coming.
Thank you for attending my party the other day, even though you are not up to the level of people who attended it.
No, Biggie. I wasn't actually supposed to be there, so I have to go.
I wanted to hook you up with some cool rich kids at a party today.
I actually have a lot of things to tell you right now, but I have somewhere very important I need to go to now, and I don't expect your low brain to decipher what I just said. I have to go.
You should just look at my room.
This?
This piece of trash.
I'm taking shit, nonsense, rubbish.
Madam, what are we going to have for dinner? Any suggestions?
I'm not hungry, Mom.
Uh-oh. I know when there's something wrong with my princess, my young entrepreneur. You want to talk about it?
Mom, I stood up to Alero in school today. Now Vera wouldn't talk to me because she thinks I blew her chances of being amongst the cool kids in school.
Oh, my baby. You know the sun doesn't struggle to shine, right?
I'm aware, Mom, but I feel so lonely to walk around school alone.
But you have a long way ahead of you. And you're just 16. Huh? You know, time will come when the right friends will come along. Then you will even have time for me as your best friend again, Seth.
Mom, did you experience this while you were in school?
I had a superwoman as my best friend. Your grandma. You know what? My mother gave this to me. You can have it. Keep it safe. Don't lose it.
Thank you, Mommy. It was very beautiful.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mommy.
Wow, I'm so proud of Tehila's assertiveness there. But what do you make of the mother's predisposition to the child talking to her? Well, who knows? Our guests might have something different concerning that video. You're still watching Regardless, and today we're talking about smart kids say no to drugs. Our guest for today is none other than a father, a movie producer, a youth facilitator and counselor, Lagos State Youth Coordinator for Community Partners for Health Project in the state. Join me to make welcome Mr. Adeyinka Oluwayimika. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Hope I got the pronunciation well. I tried. All right, so how you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm
Daddy,
fine.
How many of these young, beautiful angels you have under your strict, I don't want to use the word strict because behind cameras he's not a strict person. Do you have to deal with every day?
At home and outside, a lot. I've always been somebody enamored with young people. So working with them is something that gives me a lot of joy. Growing up, we didn't have so many things that they have right now. The opportunities available, the information available, we weren't that fortunate. So I am now owning on all these things to help them build a bridge into their tomorrow. So that saying that they are leaders of tomorrow, they are future, can come to pass.
I should call you Omoyimika. Interesting. So what do you make of that video of the Rufus family, especially the brilliant girl, Tehila?
Yeah. I hope we'll have so many Tehilas in our society that will be able to draw a line between going overboard and staying in line. But unfortunately, we have a lot of copycats. We have a lot of people who want to be in vogue, who want to be amongst the cool kids, as we saw in the movie. They want to be there. And unfortunately, going down that route, they end up in places where they should not be. They end up with characters that are far away from what their parents had inculcated in them, and they turn out to be what we call addicts. And so unfortunate.
Very, very unfortunate. So, is it bad to be a cool kid?
It's not bad. Looking back at my own life too, anyway, I could say in school, at home, in church, I was one of the cool kids. But we didn't go overboard. We did our own fair share of being rebellious, let me put it that way. No parents would definitely tell you drink, smoke. But as young people growing up, we experimented. But fortunately for a lot of enduring values that were inculcated in us, we were able to say no, we're not going to go beyond this. Personally, till my father died, he believed I didn't smoke, I didn't drink, because he never saw me do it openly.
But you were doing it.
But I did it. I smoked, I drank. Well, you may call me a social drinker, but I drank. But I was able to say, no, I can't go beyond this. But these days, we have young kids that don't know when to draw the line. They get pulled in by friends. They get pulled in by siblings. Yes, some parents do smoke, but I had friends who had dad that smoked, and till date, he never touched even paper. When we were doing paper, I didn't even do it.
Now, you made mention of now that we have information overload, where even if you do not learn these things from home, there are 1,001 ways you can learn it. Internet, I mean, our children, as early as, I mean, they have access to the internet, they want to do assignments and everything. How do we help them?
I would want to implore parents to engage in effective communication. Make your children see you as not just their parents. Let them see you as their friend. Let them see you as their counselor. Let them call you bestie, like we saw in the movie. If somebody says, who is your best friend? You should be able to say, my dad, my mom. You know, let them see you as somebody that they can share information with. And parents too, make themselves available. And aside from that, we need to have information to tell them that what your friends have told you, to some extent, yes, may be right. But once you go beyond this level, then you're going to go overboard. Communication between parents and kids, very essential.
We'll take a break at this point. When we return, we'll continue the conversation. Don't touch the dial. You're watching Regardless.
I am Adeyinka Onyoribo Oluwaemeka. I'm an actor, a writer, a movie producer. I'm a youth facilitator and counselor. I'm glad to be on Regardless. And I just want to encourage our youths out there that no matter how much, how intense the pressure may be, to tell you that there's pleasure in taking drugs, please say no. Capital N no to drugs. Thank you.
Many thanks for staying tuned and welcome back from that very short break. You're still watching Regardless, and today we're talking about smart kids saying no to drugs. I guess Mr. Adeyinka Oluwaemeka is still with us in the studio, and he's been taking us through the predisposition, or what you want to talk about, how the Rufus's family is dealing with the situation on ground. Tahila is like the star girl on today's video, but again, you might want to look at what the mom or how the mother is treating the situation, especially when it comes to her giving information to the mom. Now back to you. I mean, like I always say, you were privileged to have done all of the bad things in court while as a child and still scale through. Did you at any point in time, like she did, want to confide in your parents and there was this blockage? And how do you also see the mom's reaction to the young girl wanting to be friends with her?
Going back memory lane, I won't have been able to talk to my mom or my dad that I smoked, that I drank, albeit my mom ran what was popularly called a beer parlor at that time. It would have been easy to tell her that this young boy, your young boy of 10, 11.
Innocent looking.
Innocent looking. I started drinking. I'd rather talk to my friends and people that I respect in the community. I had friends of my siblings, my elder siblings come around and I share a lot of things with them. And I think that's one of the routes that I took that was not too pleasant because they could only talk from their own experience. And if I had gone to my dad, maybe I would have stopped earlier since he didn't drink. Even my mom that sold alcohol didn't drink. Back to the Taylor's story, I feel that the mom should find a way to balance her disposition towards her if she's more like the police person, the judgmental person, the child will come back home with censored information. If I tell her this one, she will kill me, she will scream. And I don't want her to scream, so let me just tell her I'm good. But fortunately, anyway, she herself was able to assert herself, was able to tell her friends, no, I'm not going down that route. And something that a lot of young people need to do.
So how can you still be with the chill with the big boys and drink water and drop cup?
That's just me now that you have just described. I still have friends that smoke, I still have friends that drink, and all I do sitting with them is drink my water. And they're always like, no, you should at least take a sip, and I say no. If I didn't do it way back then, now that I'm older, I'm wiser, then no. You see, we need to give what is called the assertion training to our young people. They must be able to say yes when it is time to say yes, and they must be able to say no when it is time to say no. The spirit of discernment is what they need to be able to know when to go right and when to go wrong.
So how early is it? Because when we talk about, I'm trying to put this side by side, the sex education thing, where way back it was a taboo to even mention sex. S, not even the full word, to children, but these days we see them teaching them at a very young age. So how early is too early to educate them on the dangers of drugs?
That's actually a debate that's ongoing. The rate at which people assimilate information varies, you know, and the development of each child varies. There are girls that start their menstrual period early in life. There are some that start late. So if she doesn't start and you feel you want to wait, it's a decision of the parents. But having said that, the information base that is out there makes even like a 6-year-old child to know a lot more about sex or drugs than the parents. I'll give a practical example. I met a woman when we had the National Conference of Sexual Health in Abuja so many years back. And she said she went to a certain school, I won't mention name. And she told the principal, I'm coming to talk to your pupils about sex education and the consequences of starting early. And the principal was so happy. And they agreed on a date or time that she will come back. And she said she left the principal's office. As she got close to her car, about 4 girls approached her. And they told her that, ma, we overheard your conversation with our principal. And we just want to tell you that you will be coming to waste your time if you're coming to talk about that. And she said, why? They said, okay, you're coming to talk about sex education. What don't we know? And they gave her a breakdown of everything she had in mind to tell them, the consequences of their actions or inactions, the various kinds of STDs with symptoms and with remedy.
Secondary school.
Secondary school. And they told her that, look at all of us, that in this school we're not sure you can even get a virgin, that there are so many girls here that have gone through abortion processes. That's a lot of us get dropped by drivers in the morning. So if any one of us is pregnant, we have a doctor in town. So when we're coming from home, we have a mufti in our bag. So when the driver drops us off, we change from school uniform to mufti, go to the clinic, get the thing done,
and that's it.
And have enough time to rest, then come back to school before the driver comes in the afternoon. So many things are happening out there that even if we speak the best of English, even if we propose the best of strategies, the nature-nurture controversy is still in place. Whether the things you inherited at home, the values that you're taught at home still holds water when you're out there with your friends. How do you ensure? I wrote an article so many years back. How well do you know your child? Beyond the four walls of your home.
Fantastic way to end it. Let your yes be your yes and your no be a no. You can be a smart kid, and smart kids really say no to drugs. It's been an educating time on the show today, talking about smart kids saying no to drugs, and we can't leave without saying thank you to our partners, Fitson Healthcare, NEM Insurance, and CFAX Group for making this show possible. Also to our collaborating partners, the NDLEA and the National Orientation Agency. Thank you for being our partners. And to our guests, thank you for gracing our table, for our chair for today, or our couch for today, and to all of the people behind the scenes that have made this episode possible. My name is Louisa Olani. Until I come your way again next week, remember that regardless of the mistakes you've made as a parent or as a child, there is hope once you seek help. Go about your duties, go about your schooling, go about making friends, but say no to drug. See you next week. Bye-bye.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation, as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
A very good evening. I am Emmanuel Olubobukun. This is News Update. The presidency has declared that Governor Akeredolu will remain the governor of Ondo State following months of long crisis between his deputy Lucky Aiyedatiwa and his factions. This comes amid reports that President Bola Tinubu may have ordered state lawmakers to declare Aiyedatiwa the acting governor. Now, after hours of deliberations between the president and the state officials, including members of the All Progressive Congress, the presidency affirmed that Akeredolu remains the governor. Now, some chieftains of the All Progressive Congress in Ondo State have insisted that the Deputy Governor, Lucky Aiyedatiwa, should be empowered as acting governor in line with constitutional provisions. President Bola Tinubu on Friday asked the status quo be maintained and Aiyedatiwa resume office as Deputy Governor. But the Ondo APC progressive stakeholders at a meeting in Akure said the prolonged absence of Governor Oluwarotimi Akeredolu has crippled the economy of the state. Now, a statement at the meeting and signed by its chairman, Honorable Afe Olukere, and Secretary Honorable Raman Rotimi has called on the House of Assembly to empower Aiyedatiwa to function as the acting governor. The statement reserved that party supremacy must be entrenched to facilitate inclusion and mutual respect. Moreover, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory FCT Nyesom Wike has opened up on the feud between him and his predecessor, Rivers State Governor Sim Fubara. Now, Wike, referring to the crisis in the state, said money and power can reveal the true identity of a person. He made this known during a press briefing with journalists on Friday in Abuja.
I worked hard. Federal government fought me to the point that I couldn't have even done, I would have lost focus. You know what I passed through from 2015 to 2019? You know what I passed through in 2019 election? You know what I passed through? This one God gave you. No crisis for you. You are not the one importing crisis. Do you know what it means that as a governor, I'm not resting at home? Federal government fought to be very badly. But the structure remains. We all agree we must do this. What's the problem? God gave you something on a platter of gold. No crisis. Federal government is not fighting you. Nobody's at all fighting you. You are the one trying to create crisis for yourself. What kind of system is that? What kind of system is that? Who does that? Okay, no matter. Only ingrates. Only ingrates is in their board that will support what is happening there. Only those who are natural ingrates. Forget about those you are seeing around. Those are people who couldn't come to the state because some of them, they say I refuse to make them governor.
Isn't that the cause of the problem? That those people now, because you are away from the state, they have seen an opportunity to own a sinful Fubara governor.
I have no problem. You can own whomever you want to own.
Now, still in Rivers State, the governor, Siminalayi Fubara, has emphasized that the people of Gbogbo are integral to the history of Ijaw struggle, making him a true Ijaw son. And dismissed accusations that label him as a non-Ijaw, stating that such individuals are not familiar with the history of the struggle that's made Ijaw a reputable class of people.
There is this speculation everywhere. Fubara is not a core Ijaw. Fubara is a half-baked Ijaw. Ijaw is not complete without Opopo. So whoever is feeding you people with that information, they should go back to their history classes. You can't talk about the Ijaw struggle without the Opopo, the Boni, the Calabaris. We had our own line, trade line at that time. And for you to occupy a trade line, it means you are a true Ijaw man. So for the record, I'm a full-blooded, up to my bone, and a German.
And now we move on to security matters. The Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, acknowledged the manpower deficit in the country's police formations during his first official visit to Ilorin. He, however, was previously served as the Commissioner of Police in Kwara State, stated that the police under his command are building a competent, self-driven, rule of law compliance force.
We want a police force that will be so well positioned to respond to the dynamics of crimes and criminalities in our communities. And to achieve this, all of you have to key into this vision. We are paying attention to manpower. I know that there is shortage of manpower in your command. Provision of logistics for the police is a priority of government. That I can assure you. We are making efforts to increase your strength. Mr. President recently gave an approval for us to increase our yearly recruitment into the police. That is a step forward.
However, the State Commissioner, Victor Olaye, highlighted a significant drop in policemen and women policing, urging the IGP to provide an armored personnel carrier.
Regrettably, the population of the state has grown geometrically, while the number of policemen and women policing the state has dropped far below the accepted United Nations policing ratio of 1 policeman to 400 citizens. I would like to use this divine opportunity to request the supply of an armored personnel carrier to further enhance the security of our banks and improve our crime-fighting capacity.
The Inspector General of Police said that despite facing challenges, the police force has the necessary efficiency to deliver operational logistics to commands across the country. Now, the air component of Operation Adinkai have eliminated a key Boko Haram terrorist leader, Assad. The several others in airstrikes on their hideout at Tagoshe on Mandara Mountains in Borno. And the Director of Public Relations and Information, Nigerian Air Force, Air Commodore Edward Gabwet, made this known in a statement on Saturday in Abuja. Gabwet said the airstrikes, which was conducted on Friday, was one of the most successful strikes undertaken by the air component of Operation Adinkai in recent time. He said the NAF discovered a massing of terrorists in an isolated location consisting of tree-zinced structures amid several trees. Now, he added that it was evident from the footage that the terrorists were massing up at the location for either a well-planned meeting or preparing for a major attack on troops. According to him, over 100 heavily armed terrorists were observed trained banters and moving randomly around the structures, which also had 4 troop carriers. Borno Governor Professor Babagana Zulum plans to boost agricultural activities and facilitate trans-border trade between the state and Chad. He believes community return after insurgency will offer livelihood support and humanitarian assistance. Zulum has also approved the construction of a 2,000 student higher Islamic college in Bagatao.
The ambition is to see how we shall support the Nigerian Army, the amphibious command, how we shall support the naval base Baga here to clear the waterways from water heights and other grasses that are in the lake. What I shall do now is to see how we shall add more teachers. The essence of building the high Islamic school here is to encourage the younger ones here to enroll into school, because those that felt not comfortable with Western education, we shall first and foremost give them the opportunity to enroll into the Islamic education. From there, we shall establish 4 main courses, 4 main objectives. We shall ensure that there should be digital literacy, digital numeracy, and then technical and vocational education.
And now we'll move on to other parts of Africa. Niger's military ruler General Abdurrahmani Tayani visited Mali to meet with Colonel Assimi Goïta, his first international visit since season by in July. The Mali and Burkina Faso, ruled by military leaders, pledged solidarity to Niger's coup leaders as the three Sahel countries signed a pact in September, including provisions for mutual defense and economic ties. Now, Tayani pledged to return Niger to civilian rule within 3 years, as Mali has postponed a presidential election and plans to host ministers from the three countries for meetings. And straight out South Africa, 13 Israelis, 10 Thais, and 1 Filipino have been handed over to the Red Cross in Gaza by Hamas Qatar, which mediated the deal. Now, the release, which included these fellow citizens, Qatar has led negotiations with the US and Egypt to reach an agreement for the freeing of 50 civilian hostages from Gaza in return for Palestinian prisoners' release, afford the truce and access to humanitarian aid. Now, the number of hostages due to be freed is the largest since Hamas gunmen stormed Gaza's border on October the 7th. Now, Derek Chauvin, the U.S. police officer who killed George Floyd in 2020, was stopped in prison. Now, Chauvin was guilty of a second-degree murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter in 2021, and also sentenced to 22.5 years in prison. The incident was captured on video and sparked protests against racism and policing. The Justice Department probe found that Minneapolis police routinely resorted to violent and racist practices, including unjustified deadly force. Now, the city settled a wrongful death lawsuit filed by the Floyd family, paying its relatives the sum of $27 million. And straight away to business, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, plans to increase the capital base of banks to meet the government's $1 trillion economic goal. CBN Governor Dr. Olayemi Kadoso emphasized the importance of technology in financial services and financial inclusion. He also addressed financial institutions that breached their licenses for using technology for payment. The CBN will also conduct a comprehensive review of the licensing framework for payment services and engage in extensive consultations to develop a new regulatory and compliance framework. And we're straight to entertainment news. British rapper Nines has been charged with drug offences after being arrested at Heathrow Airport. Now, the 33-year-old, real name Courtney Fricton, was charged with cannabis supply and possession of Class B drug. Now, he was also charged with breaching a serious crime prevention order by not notifying the police of his home address and possessing unregistered phones and laptops. Now, Nines is due to appear at Kingston Crown Court on December the 15th for a plea and case management hearing. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limix on limix.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Emmanuel Ulububukun. Many thanks for watching.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 Naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
Financial literacy is an essential skill for the 21st century. The principles of debt management, profitable savings techniques, and the importance of money have helped many. In 2011, the Central Bank of Nigeria made a commitment to reduce the number of financially excluded Nigerians from 46.3% in 2010 to 20% by 2020. Many fintech startups are plugging into this gap and targeting niche markets. One of such startups is Harvest. Harvest was founded by Sholape Akimpelu, who once worked at a marketing agency. Her dream is to help women in Africa take control of their finances by bridging the economic gender gap. She believes more women need to be intentional by improving their financial well-being.
Okay, so Harvest simply is an inclusive finance for African women. So we give women familiar access to savings, impact investments, and credit. So when we say impact investment, that is women impact investing into smallholder female farmers specifically. So that way yourself, right, we equip you with personal finance, insight, tools, platforms, right, to embrace savings, embrace financial wholeness, wellness, right, and then we don't limit it to you alone. We believe that the woman breaking her back in some far-flung village in Zaria, for instance, should get access to financial services too, because that's the only way we can prime her, her family, her community for better livelihood. So we extend our credit too, we extend our personal finance, considering the digital divide in language base. So that way you've equipped her and then she can participate in savings. And then, do you understand? So you're not managing poverty here for women, right? We are giving them a platform, tools, insights that gets them swim upwards in the economy.
Before launching Harvest, Sholape noticed a worrying trend that financial institutions were not targeting Nigerian women. Sholape teaches girls and women financial literacy through access to and use of financial services through knowledge.
On my marketing days, oh, we want to do this campaign. Let's look at the demographics. Male, female, female, male. Let's look at the top so clients, male, female. And I was wondering, because everywhere around me, I could see women breaking their backs, right? From the woman in the urban areas to the rural dwellers. And I was wondering what's happening. Why are they not adopting financial services so much? Why are they not, why are they on the fringes, right? So it was just important, and I've always been very impact driven. So it was just important that, you know, because I started doing a lot of research, so I realized that a lot of research had been done. So people were doing research and dropping, oh, this is the number. Oh, Nigeria is the only West African country on the priority list of financial exclusion, right? That is for gender, right? Ghana was there before Ghana moved on. Then we are there with India, Bangladesh, and all of that. And we're wondering, why is Nigeria still here? So someone just had to do something, not just tell the story, not just state the numbers, not just quote the numbers or statistics, but do something to shrink that gender gap.
Each startup has its challenges.
First, you know, poor state of infrastructure. So by infrastructure, talking about digital and physical infrastructures. Talents too, right? We're losing a lot of talent to the West. It's painful when you look at it, because we have amazing, like a wide, you know, capacity as a country, you know, raising talent, but then we lose the same talents in the same breath. But I'll say that tech is a great leveler. Funding is the biggest challenge. So, you know, I'm sure that a lot of people would say, oh, well, that's about a major challenge for most businesses. So, but I think it's twice hard for me personally as a female founder and a first-time founder, right? A lot of doors are just, you know, shut when it comes to funding, but we believe that with the right stakeholders, with government, individual investors and all of that, we'll be able to crack the funding code. But it's been really hard funding the business. That is, you know, funding the women, funding the business itself, building structures, building the infrastructures that we need to power the business. It's been so hard, quite tough.
Sholape's goal in the next 5 years is to empower women in the Nigerian market. It's obvious that tech is hard, but with the right amount of resilience, women can achieve anything.
Okay, so I'll just quickly add to that our goal is that in the next 5 years, in base case, right, would have helped, would have served 500,000 women. So when it's 500,000 women, we're looking at 350,000 women on the supply side of a business and 150,000 smallholder female farmers. And we believe that that number is possible because our addressable market is 57 million working women in Nigeria alone. Right, and that's just looking at the Nigerian market. But when we look at the other markets we're looking at, for instance, we're looking at, other African markets by next year. So it's possible, and this will be measured, and we'll be sharing with the public, our impact and its measurements. So I'll just say for upcoming techpreneurs, I keep telling them, I said, let no one tell an African woman that it can't be done. Let nobody look at an African girl and say, no, you can't do it. You're an African girl. Come on. The customs, everything is, tilted against you. Kick them right in the middle, right? Put a fist right in its face because we grew up, a lot of us grew up resilient, right? We had to clear away the thorns and make way for ourselves. So it's hard. It's double hard. So tech is hard, right? It looks glam out there, but it's really hard. Trust me, because I say especially the infrastructure. You're working with a string of codes. That's why I tell people, right? Something can break somewhere. It works now. Then we all drive cars. A car takes you somewhere, and then you want to go home. It isn't working again, and you're wondering what happened. So much more string of codes from one point to another. Something is not returning, and you have to fix it. So you just have to also immerse yourself in the problem. It's important to walk in the shoes of whatever problem you want to solve. It's very, very key. I would say secondly, you just have to, the starter pack, you have to come in very, very resilient. So many days. There are some days I still wake up and feel like, where do I draw the line here? So many days, you have that feeling, but you got to keep going on. And then, thirdly, I would say that it's possible that it gets to places where it looks as if, you're not wanted at the table. It's okay, but it's fine to create your own table, right? And, but whatever you do, be less concerned about the glam, be less concerned about the glitz, but be more concerned about the problem you're solving for. Be driven, be mission driven, be impact driven, and the rest, will come with it.
Nigerian women are believed to care more for their parents and as such are in the best position to teach them financial literacy and retirement plan.
Okay, so I would say that typically the Nigerian woman, of course, suffers from the black tax, more of that. I personally tagged it Ada syndrome. Right, and that is, you see parents saying, I want more girls because girls take care of their parents. Men, when they take a partner or something, they don't, but the girls, oh my, and it's a good thing. And those are the things that we keep having conversations about in our community. Talk to your parents about money. What are their retirement plans? Do they want to live in with you? Do they want to, what's their pension? All of those conversations. Otherwise, what about your siblings? What do you want to do for them? How do you measure? Where do you stop? Because you realize that you just continue giving. You are trapped in that cycle where you can't even sustain yourself, and then you become dependent on another one. So all of these things are generational challenges that has plagued the African child, but more the African girl, because you are the Ada, you are the girl, you are the one who's supposed to be very nurturing always. But hey, you can do all of this with the awareness of knowledge, and that's why we say be grounded with financial, in personal finance and in financial knowledge yourself. What's your net worth? That's how you can, talk to parents, talk to partners, talk to people around you, okay, on making better financial decisions for themselves, for yourself, so that nobody becomes. They don't look. You know what they say about this thing that say, "Lean on me, no be press me die." So they don't lean on you, and then want to suffocate you. So you've just got to be financially sound, and those are the things that we teach in our community. Get yourself a tribe, like Harvest, and like I say, even if you don't use the platform, the insights, the tools that you gain from being a community member of harvest is, is mind shifting, and every African girl, every African woman needs such to do better.
You may want to ask why murals are important. It is no secret that murals make neighborhoods beautiful. They add color to building walls and streets which would otherwise go unnoticed. They are a treat for locals and tourists alike. Murals have been part of Nigeria's cultural landscape for thousands of years. The term mural became popular with the Mexican muralism art movement. The transformation which took place in the history of mural art during the 1920s and 1930s was highly influenced by the government's sponsorship in Mexico. The Mexican president Alvaro Obregón began a nationalist cultural program in the 1920s. As part of this program, the Mexican Ministry of Education and other government entities to create public murals. In Lagos, the visual effects of wall paintings are an excitement to attract public attention to social issues like the ones here under the Falomo Bridge. An artist, Polly Alakija, created these murals on the columns in homage to the Bring Back Our Girls, the 276 schoolgirls who were abducted on April 14, 2014 by Boko Haram. We speak to an artist, Ebenezer Omole, a 34-year-old who started off as a child and has been painting for many years. This is one of the locations where he has some of his works. He explains the processes involved.
There's a way I blow this color. When you look close to it, you see as if it's flowing down, it's flowing down. So I have to follow the flowing down, then blow it both left and right, so in order to make it creative, so that it won't just go down straight, but go left, right, and zigzag like that. I mix another black thicker than this, then to write what they have here, especially like this is, we have food here, then we have swimming pool here, then we have games, then we have drinks here, then we have pools, music. So I just did an artwork that will speak for this place because this is a restaurant. So I did those backgrounds so to speak. So anybody coming inside, looking at this place alone, so they will know what is going on around there.
He speaks on the distinguished effects imbibed in artistic painting than ordinary ones on the wall.
Ordinary painting is just maybe changing the wall to a particular color that you like. Mural is very interesting, and I used to say it, no painting is complete without an artwork like this. So for your painting to come out well, so you need to add some artistic to it so that will make it more, because a lot of people in the world, they cherish artwork. Now, for example now, this is lion. A lion represents our king, and the writing here, so it's all about this place, because this restaurant is not just a restaurant, it's a reggae restaurant. So that's why we have most of the color here, reggae color.
Ebenezer further explains that murals are a mode of expression for artists in every graphic style imaginable, abstract, photorealistic, expressionist, to name just a few.
Anyone who is into painting and had a mural painting into his work will get more job than just ordinary painting. No matter how bad situation a building have, when you design it with artistic, even though if it is hot or old building, when you paint it well with this mural artistic painting, it adds more value to the building, and it makes Lagos look more beautiful than
As a community centerpiece, the wall painting gets a new dimension as a powerful visual communication tool meant to promote the opinion of the people and transmit social and political messages towards unity. Murals bring art into the public space, and because they occupy public spaces, are accessible to everyone, regardless of class, education, or ethnicity.
Hello, this is Plus Report. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events which made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of these stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uyime Elijah. We begin this week's package with maritime security. The Nigerian Navy ship NNS Beecroft Patrol Team has intercepted a large fiber boat containing over 90 drums of 250 liters each of petroleum motor spirit near Ijegun community in Lagos. The commander, NNS Beecroft Commodore Kolawole Oguntuga, said his team acted on credible intelligence and discovered the vessel abandoned near the community. Correspondent Destiny Momo has more.
Commodore Oguntuga said the remarkable feat under the ongoing Operation Water Guard, NNS Beecroft's patrol team successfully intercepted and seized a large fiber boat transporting illegally obtained premium motor spirit in the early hours of November 11. He said the perpetrators fled upon sighting the naval team. Oguntuga said the prevention of illicit acquisition of such volatile products does not only curb economic sabotage, but also prevents outbreak of fire, which may have dire consequences on life and property.
Apart from the fact that this product will not make premium motor spirit available for Nigerians, which the Nigerian Navy is trying to curb, it also has the potentials of triggering fire with catastrophic consequences on life and property. Apart from that, this is ill-gotten wealth, and I'm sure we are aware that ill-gotten wealth could be used to sponsor violence, to sponsor crime, to sponsor so many other vices, which the Nigerian Navy, under the leadership of Vice Admiral E.I. Ogala, is bent on curbing. And I want to use this opportunity to warn perpetrators of this nefarious act, particularly vessels that carry these products, that try to compromise and give these products to these perpetrators to desist from this act. Because from now henceforth, apart from the fact that we are going to bring them to book, we might be tempted to use force, which could also mean deactivating vessels that are found indulged in this kind of economic sabotage.
In a related development, the NNS Beecroft patrol team and the maritime component of Operation Awase said it thwarted an illegal bunkering activity at Folu village in Ibejuleki, a town along the boundary between Lagos and Ogun states.
Where that Operation Water Guard, the vessels that have been assembled to execute this operation are enormous. And we also have quick response teams stationed along the coast from Badagry down to Lekki. So we are making the waterways unconducive for these perpetrators to have freedom of action. So, based on intelligence as well, and of course, deploying the state-of-the-art facility, I'm talking about the Falcon Eye facility, we also gathered that products in jerry cans were being brought from neighboring states and they are being transferred into trucks, into tankers. And of course, men were deployed there. And when we go to the community is Folu, the name of the community is Folu in Ibeju. It is a border community between Lagos State and Ogun State. And behold, what we found there was that's 18,000 liters tanker with products suspected to be AGO, with pumping machines, OCs, and jerry cans. Of course, the perpetrators fled on sighting the men, but were able to apprehend the truck and other equipment that are being used. And I want to use this opportunity to appeal to parents and guardians to warn their children and their wards to avoid this kind of illicit behavior. Because going forward, the Nigerian Navy and other security agencies will become very, very hard on them.
The items are still in the base for further investigation in line with standard procedure. The Nigerian Navy assured that it will apply force to end these illegalities in order to enhance the maritime economic prosperity in Nigeria. Destiny Momo, Plus TV News.
Indeed, that was a remarkable feat achieved under the ongoing Operation Waterguard NNS Beecroft Patrol Team. We say kudos. Moving maritime security to legislative business now. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, unveiled the legislative agenda of the 10th House of Representatives with a commitment to deploy every legislative instrument towards meeting the yearnings and aspirations of Nigerians. The official unveiling took place at plenary. Plus TV Emmanuel Ehijene completes this report.
The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, unveiled the 10th House legislative agenda entitled The People's House. During the launch, the Speaker says the 10th legislative agenda is rooted in the fundamental belief that the primary role as lawmakers is to serve the best interests of constituents. Abbas says though the House recognizes the diverse needs and challenges currently facing the nation, it is optimistic that together President Bola Tinubu will provide long-lasting solutions to set Nigeria on a sure path of development.
The legislative agenda of the 10th House of Representatives, aptly titled The People's House, is rooted in the fundamental belief that our primary role as lawmakers is to serve the best interests of our constituents. We recognize the diverse needs and challenges currently facing our nation. Despite this, we are optimistic that together with His Excellency President Bola Tinubu will provide long-lasting solutions to set Nigeria on a sure path of development.
His Senate counterpart, who was also present at the launch, Godswill Akpabio, also lauded the House for leading the way in unveiling its legislative agenda, saying when the Senate also presents its own, it would ensure it does not depart from the agenda of the House.
I believe that we have gone beyond the call of tradition, and we have reason to respond to the call of our dear nation, Nigeria. We have wrapped this agenda around issues germane and crucial to our national development. And you have committed yourselves to supporting the executive arm of government, led by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to succeed in the renewed hope agenda already espoused by the Secretary to Government of the Federation.
On his part, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, praised the Speaker for the initiative. He says a focused and forward-looking legislature is a panacea for a thriving democracy in any nation.
Particularly Nigeria deserves a legislature with experience, tested and determined leadership that recognizes the importance of effective lawmaking as a vehicle for social economic development. The agenda will have controversies and participation. The high quality of legislative membership, the House of Representatives, and a demonstration of their commitment to service.
The legislative agenda is designed to provide necessary legislative support to the 8-point agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu Renewed Hope Agenda.
Nigerians are indeed looking towards getting better legislations from the National Assembly, even as the various committees begin sitting and oversight functions. It's time for a short break now. We will be right back with more stories. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. I am so excited about this report, which celebrates womanhood. It's a book launch. The role of women in nation building has been re-echoed through a book titled Peleruwa. The book, written by Associate Professor of Psychiatry and newspaper columnist Dr. Femi Olugbile, co-author, was unveiled in Lagos. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun was there and now reports.
It is the launch of the book Peleruwa. It reveals the untold story of gender politics in early colonial Lagos and Nigeria. The book encapsulates the historical foundation of Lagos and Yoruba land. It beams a searchlight on a woman, Alimotu Peleruwa, a heroine in Yoruba land. Dr. Femi Olugbile is the author of Peleruwa. He shares more insights into the content of his book.
In the course of my work, I met Alhaja Abibatu Mogaji, and I found her to be very powerful and very inspirational, despite the fact of her limited education. And then when I read history further and I discovered Peleruwa, who was actually a true historical figure, I found some commonalities between those three characters, and I decided to look further into the character of Peleruwa. And that's what I found was that many things that happened to her were emblematic of developments of Lagos in her time, and she had a very major impact. And a lot of those things can be transformational if the present generation can imbibe them.
The book is captivating and compelling as it offers a fresh perspective on lesser-known aspects of Lagos history. Dr. Olugbile believes that Peleruwa would deeply impact its readers.
All the children of Lagos should read about Peleruwa. They should read this book. I think it will help to connect them with their past and help them to recognize that they have within themselves great power that they need to tap into, they need to connect with, and they need to carry forward to help. There may have been some difficult things happening in the recent past, discouraging people and making them feel low about themselves. If they read empowering testimony about their actual past, then it can make people connect to their inner selves and lead their children to have great responsibilities and give this task for better living for all of us.
The reviewer, Bashorun J.K. Rondo, recommended the book to all and sundry, describing Peleruwa as brave and combative.
So that God will continue to hear our request. So to call down all the holies now, let me invite Mr. M.O. Daufu to come and give us the opening prayer.
Other compound matters, the author occasionally lapses into racial profiling.
Olugbile has authored 6 books, including Lonely Men, Leader, 10 Ahead, Bartolika, Heroes, and the latest edition, Peleruwa.
Whilst Peleruwa was in charge of the market women and men then, Abba Macaulay was practically the leader of the political leader as at then, and they both contributed a lot to what we now enjoy as our Lagos. So I'm very happy with the author for putting it down, and we also encourage other Lagosians and some other people that are very knowledgeable, they have experience, to share their experiences by putting it down so that generations yet unborn can go back to those books and read.
And this book will just complete history. And there are many more books like this that should come out to show the role of women. As for the author himself, I'm not surprised that he's such a wonderful author, because because even as a psychiatrist, he's one of the best psychiatrists Nigeria has ever produced. So whatever he does very, very well.
According to the author, Gbelewura was the founder of the Lagos Women Market Association, the first in Nigeria. Love Ikuku Oyedokun, Plus TV News.
Yes, you will agree with me that the role of women in nation building cannot be overemphasized, and as such, women should be more visible in the decision-making process of government. Let's talk agriculture and food security now. From statistics available in the country, Nigeria post-harvest losses today stands at 3.5 trillion naira, meaning about 94.5 billion annual losses per 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, if shared equally. This was the submission of stakeholders during a conference on ways to achieve food and nutrition security in the country held in Abuja. Plus TV Emmanuel Ehijeni completes this report.
The message was delivered by ActionAid Nigeria in collaboration with Small Scale Women Farmers Organization and the CAADP Non-State Actors Group at a conference in Abuja on Tuesday. Recall that in July 2023, the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu declared a state of emergency on food security situation in the country. For now, the key areas to address these losses is to focus on reducing this alarming rate of post-harvest losses through the provision of access to processing and storage facilities for farmers in the country.
So we are talking about where there is quick win. Provide communities with processing facilities. If they are doing massively rice, provide them with rice processing facilities. If they are doing massively cassava, provide them with cassava processing facilities. If it is maize, different value chain, and we can get that. Then you can also see that access to transport is only 10%. So we are in a dire situation. So imagine if we can save 3.5 trillion into our economy through this type of investment. This support should be given to cooperatives. Let them own it and run it.
One of the key areas for quick wins and results for our food and nutrition security is to focus on reducing our alarming post-harvest losses. Post-harvest losses is one of the foremost challenges faced by smallholder farmers, especially women in communities in Nigeria. It devastates our efforts and income, leaving us poorer and continues to hinder Nigerians' food and nutrition security.
The group also stated that 133 million Nigerians are living in poverty, and out of this number, 106 live in rural areas with agriculture as their major occupation, which is why the government must invest heavily in agriculture.
But Nigeria's economic growth has not delivered inclusivity, resulting in widespread and alarming poverty and inequality across the country. Economic growth can only be inclusive if it reduces both poverty and inequality. Therefore, if smallholder women farmers are to benefit from the implementation of this agreement, trade barriers facing women must be dismantled through adequate investment, public investment in agriculture, especially in post-harvest losses, reduction support. With this investment going towards processing facilities, storage facilities.
The group also made some recommendations.
The President and the state governors should take charge of the agriculture sectors for our food and nutrition security by deliberate massive investment, especially in post-harvest losses reduction. Number 3, the federal and state government should concentrate on small cottage processing and storage facilities in communities based on different commodities to the own operated, sustained and expanded by smallholder women farmers cooperative.
The group is convinced that with adequate processing and storage facilities for Nigerian farmers, the agriculture sector can contribute greatly to the GDP of the country.
And lastly, to labor and economic matter. The Private Telecommunication and Communications Senior Staff Associate of Nigeria, TECSAN, has condemned what it described as act of brutalization and dehumanization of the president of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Joe Ajaero. This was contained in a communique issued by the union at the end of its second quadrennial National Delegates Conference, which held in Lagos recently. Details in this report.
In the struggle for our men, there is victory.
It is yet another 4 years, and members of the Private Telecommunications and Communications Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, TECSAN, have gathered for their second quadrennial conference. President of TECSAN, Okpeyemi Tomori, released the journey of the union from the challenges of COVID-19 to the present economic challenges, including how the exchange rate has affected business performance, union membership and grievances, among others.
It has been a challenging mix for all our members in the private communications industry as well, when we consider the effects on the home front, where whatever has been sustaining the family couldn't pay the bills any longer.
The comrades are not unaware of the biting macroeconomic challenges as they called on President Bola Tinubu to address the downturn. They also shared their reservations about the issue between the Nigeria Labour Congress and the Imo State government.
Sincerely, it's barbaric because we're in a place where we have police for thug to attack a citizen, not even because Comrade Ajaero is the president of the union. It's barbaric, it's not fair. We should have right to life, and dignity should be attached to everybody's life. So the government cannot play an ostrich to this, because truthfully they are aware. Because now you can look at it, we remove subsidy, and at the same time we are now buying yacht. We are buying 160 million vehicle for our people. So I believe that if subsidy is the only thing being enjoyed by the citizen, we should leave it.
The macroeconomic policies, particularly the management of the forex, the other relates to energy and what impact that has on local manufacturing and local production and jobs. Because for TECSAN, they in services industry, telecoms, they rely a lot on energy, electricity, they rely a lot on diesel, they rely on all kinds of energy. The same thing with people who do direct manufacturing in textile, in chemical, in food. So a lot of our members are really groaning.
Yeah, we condemn that fully as TECSAN for the attack on the president of NLC. It is something that is so uncalled for, and it's a very bad signal when things like that start happening to leaders, especially leaders of unions. Regarding the economic situation in the country, everyone is affected. And we expect that we would get a presidency that can actually react accordingly.
The conference is themed Empowering the Future and Navigating Digital Frontiers. Members say digital transformation is important to improve business efficiencies.
Digital transformation in telecommunication is highly important to improve businesses, increase operational efficiencies, and provide ultimate customer experience. It is the process of incorporating the latest tech with the drive of organizational growth and gain in a competitive environment.
We had known members, but now we have branches that we can be proud of that we have. And also we have been able to negotiate a collective bargaining agreement, which means the working conditions are improved for our members.
TECSAN says it is poised more than ever before to fight against anti-labor activities within the information and communications technology sector, as well as go after multinationals that hide under the name of outsourcing to enslave workers.
And that's all on this edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Instagram, and X. And also do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
Being online has become a part of our every waking moment. From the moment we wake up in the morning till we hit the pillow at night, we are browsing, scrolling through social media, responding to messages. We live our lives online almost as much as we live it in reality. These anonymous interactions, like any other human interaction, comes with complexity and challenges. People get into civil discussions, debates, banter, and share with one another. With these interactions come disagreements, arguments, conflicts that can soon degenerate into trolling, bullying, and general unpleasantness. The discretion we employ in face-to-face interaction is further decreased online. In fact, according to psychologist Robert Sutton, disrespectful, demeaning, and downright mean-spirited behavior is worse than ever. This behavior is especially true of online discourse, which researchers describe as the online disinhibition effect. Stanford psychology professor John Sula in 2004 said, "The online disinhibition effect can cause people to act out in either a benign manner, wherein they overshare their personal information, or in a toxic manner, wherein they become abusive or threatening." "I am in my house, come and beat me," is a common saying online that alludes to the inaccessibility that emboldens even regular people to behave in less than civil ways online. Another factor responsible for this behavior, apart from anonymity and availability, is solipsistic introduction. A situation, according to Dr. Sula, where you don't have any physical cues associated with the person you're communicating with, and other person becomes just a voice in your head. As such, the people in your online conversations merely become characters in your imagination, formed by your own personal history and expectations. You might also hear his or her voice as your own, which makes you feel more comfortable with the other person and further lowers your inhibitions. As we have rules that guide our interactions in real life, unspoken rules need to be developed for our online interactions. Social media etiquette, or social mannerism simply put, means do's and don'ts for social media interactions. These etiquettes are also referred to as netiquettes. The term netiquette refers to all aspects of online communication, including email, instant messaging, social media, multiplayer gaming, and other forms of online communication. The main goal behind netiquette or mannerisms on social media is to treat others with respect and take care of intellectual property rights and associated implications. Personal information, images, or videos of anyone should not be shared without consent or mentioning credits where due. Except we seek to change such behaviors, it will pervade. Here are some social media netiquettes. When sending a DM, be polite and go straight to the point. When responding to posts, even if you disagree, be careful not to use condescending and insultive words. Take a 5-minute pause before you post any comments. Don't comment on topics that people tend to be passionate about. Don't respond to insults or hateful language. Don't say to people online what you won't have the audacity to say to them in person. Avoid excessive tagging of people. Ask before tagging people. Although it may seem inoffensive, tagging a friend or acquaintance on social media without their permission could in many ways cause problems for that person. Good social media etiquette means you should always request for permission before tagging anyone. Post only flattering pictures of other people. Apply the billboard test. Assume that everyone in the world can and will see everything you post. So if it's not billboard worthy, don't post it. Give credit where it's due. Don't post other people's photos or quotes without clear attribution. This means no screen grabs even if you have the best intentions. Instead, use a repost app to properly credit others with your own content. Think of the future you. Your taste will change, as will your sense of humor, but your photos will live on forever. Use caution when posting. Don't take screenshots of other people's private moments that they shared with you in confidence. Censor yourself. You might treat your Facebook or Twitter accounts as diaries. Don't share everything with your readers. Some things are meant to be kept private.
Governor Kabir Yusuf rejects appeal court's explanation of typo error in certified true copy, as Yoruba community urges others to intervene in Kano political unrest. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The Kano state government has rejected the appeal court's explanation that the error in the certified true copy CTC of its judgment on the state's governorship election was a typographical faux pas. The court initially declared APC's Nasiru Gawuna as the winner, but the certified true copy CTC of the judgment surfaced on Wednesday, indicating that the court had affirmed Yusuf's victory contrary to the verdict it had earlier given on Friday, and indeed, parts of that same verdict indicated that it affirmed its position earlier given on Friday. Haruna Dederi, the Kano State Commissioner for Justice, criticized the court's explanation. Meanwhile, Yoruba community members in Kano State have urged all national Yoruba leaders and intellectuals to engage with President Bola Tinubu on a political solution to the state's political impasse. Taofik Olaosebikan, the group's Secretary General, made the request during a press conference in Kano. He called on all Yoruba Obas and leaders of thought to wade into the Kano situation without further delay by engaging President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for a possible political settlement of the Kano logjam. He noted that the Yoruba community is worried that the unfolding political situation will have adverse effects on the community in the state. Take a listen.
It is clear to all that the NNPP won the state. We are very worried that the unfolding political situation have adverse effect on us, the Yorubas in Kano. Kano is a very volatile state politically, and this is the reason why all men and women of goodwill should be concerned about the situation in Kano and rally around towards a collective initiative to save the state from any calamity which will affect us and our livelihood. In this regard, we are using this platform to call on all Yoruba Obas and leaders of thought to wade into the Kano situation without further delay by engaging President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for a possible political settlement of the Kano logjam. It is clear
This issue is an Executive Director, Center for Awareness on Justice and Accountability, Kaja, Kabiru Saidu Dakata, and the lawyer Abdul Karim Mode are both based in Kano. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you very much for having us.
Let me start with you, Kabiru. I wonder what the supplication of the Yoruba group would amount to, given the fact that this is a cause that is already on the machinery of the judicial system. Would you want to help us here? How would you respond to that?
I think we need to appreciate the fact that there are also key stakeholders, and they have every right to contribute to anything that will ensure justice to, anybody involved in the matter. And they did what they did because they believe if the right thing is not done, it will affect, everybody, including their members in the state. So what they did is not in any way against the fact that the issue is still passing through a judicial process. But they know that if justice is not done, definitely most innocent people are going to be affected. So if I understand their message, this is exactly the direction of their message. And I think they did the right thing as key stakeholders.
Abdul Karim, anybody who is familiar with the history of Kano knows that for almost 300 years now, be it succession to the emirship or indeed the governorship of Kano, partisanship can be very, very volatile and violent in Kano. To anybody who is looking at it from outside the realm of the law, maybe this shout is necessary. I know you are a lawyer, you may want to help us from the two sides, the legal view of it and the appeal of the Yoruba group. We may have to go back to Kabir whilst Abdul Karim is trying to tidy the workings of his device. Kabir, how would you respond to the fact that there is a history of rabid and violent partisanship in Kano, even predating the modern system of government that produces governor, even in the area of the emirship? This volatility, this situation has to be well managed, I guess. How would you respond to that?
You are right to say that that history is there, and that will not be unconnected with the, orientation of the Kano people. Kano people are civilized. Kano people know their rights. Kano people can go a different direction from, the direction even other parts of the country can take. So that history you're talking about is because of these factors I mentioned. So in Kano, we speak, with one voice. So anything that will come to, jeopardize that effort, the average Kano person will not take it lightly. So that history is still intact, and that Kano person you used to know has not changed. People can change, but the orientation is still there with the people of Kano State. They don't, take enforcement. You cannot come and impose something on them. You can't come and impose something on them. The Kano people know their rights. They know their economic rights. They know their social rights. And also they know their political rights. So if they express their, interest, and if you attempt to, tamper with that arrangement, so they will not take it lightly. And this is exactly what happened, or what is trying to happen in Kano State. This is a person that contested an election in 2019. This man won his election in 2019. He defeated the then incumbent governor of the state. But it was manipulated, to introduce something strange at that time. That is the inconclusion of the election. The election was declared inconclusive, and on the day of the rerun, thugs were brought into Kano, and they intimidated voters, and at the end, the then governor was declared winner of the election. The man went to court in 2019.
We'll get back to you, Abdul Karim. Abdul Karim, we'll get back to you.
When he went to court in 2019, he passed through the 3 stages of the tribunal, the Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court. He did not get what he expected to get. He did not do anything He waited for another 4 years. In 2023, he
okay,
contested.
Kabir, I'll get back to you.
Hello.
Let me speak to Abdul Karim now. Abdul Karim, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you now. Wonderful.
Fantastic.
Okay. You are a lawyer.
Yes.
And would you want to summarily take us through how far we have, what it has taken to bring us to this point of very controversial circumstance? You want to give us a summary of it?
Well, you know, at the initial stage, there was a petition against His Excellency Abba Kabir Yusuf. The All Progressive Congress, without its candidate, challenged the victory of His Excellency in Kano, so that is the election 2023. They went to court. They challenged about 83 polling units where they said malpractices and other corrupt practices occurred in Kano State. In that circumstances, during the trials, they were only able to bring 32 witnesses in court. 30 witnesses are the witnesses that have spoken directly from the polling units, trying to confirm or voting and so on and so forth. 2 witnesses, that is the one, that is the total number, the total PBC collected in those 30 polling units. They called agents from those respective polling units was just 22,000, What is the difference between His Excellency Abba Kabir Yusuf and All Progressive candidates or its candidates was 128,000 plus. That is assuming without conceding that those witnesses has proved those allegations contained in the petition based on those polling units. They have not breached or they have not been able to bridge the gap that existed between Abba Kabir Yusuf, APC, and its candidates, which is 128,000 as against 22,000. The tribunal, in its own judgment, when it was delivering the judgment, they said now that they relied on the evidence of a subpoena witnesses, who happens to be an expert witnesses, that 165,616,000 votes should be deducted from the votes of His Excellency Abba Kabir Yusuf. It is rosy and important to note that in none of the pleadings of the petitioners where they pleaded those votes they alleged to have been illegal, they have not equally pleaded the various polling units where those invalid votes was discovered. They have not equally pleaded where those illegal ballots was equally discovered.
Barrister,
yes.
We can't retry the case on a brief TV show like this. At this point, we know that the Court of First Instance, the tribunal, ruled in favor of the petitioner. We know that at the official reading of the judgment of the appeal at the Court of Appeal, the Court of Second Instance similarly ruled in favor of the defendant, because the appeal from the first instance was from the original defendant. Now, the only thing that is stoking this controversy now is the fact that the certified true copy of the judgment has duplicitous passages or paragraphs. On the one instance, 2 paragraphs on a particular page 69, 2 paragraphs speak to the fact that the governor's position is intact. 3 paragraphs speak to the pronouncement that the governor has lost his appeal. So in cases like this, what should be the recourse of the parties? Okay, we go on a short break now, and when we're back, we'll take it on from where we've left it.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome back. To be honest with you, I've been in broadcasting for a number of years. It's been a while I've seen a scammer or hijacker trying to wrestle the system from the engineers. But we're back. Kabil, are you there?
I'm here.
Kabil, we are in a situation now in Kano that is a bit tense, and we really want all residents of Kano to be a bit sober, careful, and know that violence ultimately could be very costly. How would you respond to that?
You're very right to say that the situation in Kano is tense, but I would have wanted you to say what caused the situation. And I know you know the answer. Everybody knows the answer. You see, justice must not only be done, but it must also be seen to be done. And in a situation where injustice, you are bound to see a situation like the one you are seeing in Kano. You are talking of more than million voters that voted for a person and their family members, and also people who did not even vote for him, but they know the truth of what happened, and they are asking for justice for the person. So it's not about the situation of Kano at the moment is about what caused the situation and who has the solution to the situation. You understand? In 2019, like I said earlier, Abba Kabir Yusuf contested an election. The people of Kano State gave him more than 1 million votes. He defeated the then governor of Kano State, Abdullahi Umar Ganduje. But the election was declared as inconclusive. On the day of
Kabir, we have to be very careful. Yeah. The last elections, that's the 2019 elections, was contested and was litigated to the Supreme Court, and a winner was declared. We cannot be recontesting an election that has been settled, indeed, that the tenure had elapsed. Let me go to Abdul Karim. Abdul Karim, you lawyers and the judiciary have put us in this mess now. So how do we get out of the mess? Especially given the fact that we don't want to toy, we don't want to play around with the emotions and the mood of the Kano citizenry. These are people who don't take things lying down like that. How do we resolve this? Abdul Karim? Abdul Karim, can you hear me? Oh, the gremlins are out today, really out. Okay, Kabir, okay, you want to respond?
I wanted to conclude a thought, trying to set a background of what happened in 2019. But let me talk of what happened in 2023 and what gave birth to the current situation. The man won his election, and the defeated candidate, the candidate of the APC, came out to congratulate him and said he is not going to contest that victory. You understand? His party went to court. And the first judgment of the tribunal was delivered in favor of the APC. But for the people of the states, that judgment has a sentiment in it, because in the judgment, the name of the candidate of APC, Nasir Yusuf Gawuna, was mentioned as the petitioner in that case, and he was not a petitioner. Abba Kabir Yusuf and his party filed an appeal to the Court of Appeal. At the Court of Appeal, you understand, the judgment was delivered also in favor of the APC. But for every lawyer, thank God we are having a lawyer in this conversation. For every reasonable lawyer, after a judgment, if you ask him, the next thing he will tell you is, let us wait and see the content of the judgment, the written judgment, because it is what he will use, as a guide to head to the next court if you are not satisfied with the judgment. But God in his mercy, God in his wisdom, in that documented written judgment, the victory was given to the candidate of NNPP, Alhaji Abba Kabir Yusuf. So the people of the state now had their, hope revived, because they were not happy with the judgment delivered at the Court of Appeal. So what the situation is telling the world is, the people of Kano State are saying, we are not going to allow anybody to take away our mandate. We are not going to allow anybody to take our mandate.
Karim,
and what we hear from them, they said they are ready for anything.
Abdul Karim, you need to unmute your device. Kabir, the point is that, Abdul Karim, can you hear me? Now the case has been appealed and is going to the Supreme Court. And the lawyer to the governor, Alani Kwekun, I read somewhere today where it was saying that the so-called amendment that the registrar of the Court of Appeal purportedly mouthed that amendment will not stand in law because the jurisdiction of the Court of Appeal has expired, and that they will go to the Supreme Court with that CTC. What would that amount to, Abdul Karim? You are a lawyer. Would that not be very funny at the level of the Supreme Court?
You know, as I told you, the jurisdiction of the tribunal has already been ousted, because 60 days within which to entertain and deliver the judgment has already expired. By whatever means, the Court of Appeal has no any power whatsoever to make, even if it is a clerical error. And in these circumstances, the judgment sought to be edited or sought to be corrected is not even clerical error. It is trying to amend an order, a final order of the court. Because anything touched in that order is like it is completely giving a different meaning to the order granted by the Court of Appeal itself. So I believe, based on Section 285 of the Constitution, the Court of Appeal has no power whatsoever to make any amendment whatsoever, because it has become punctus officio. It is only the Supreme Court now that has jurisdiction to make such amendment or otherwise. And even before the Supreme Court, we really have to make a serious argument. But
the confusing situation now, Abdul Karim, is that when this CTC gets to the Supreme Court, the CTC itself is going to lead to a fundamental confusion at the level of the Supreme Court, because this is a document that is speaking two inconsistent languages at the same time. How would the Supreme Court deal with this? This is sad, but it's funny.
This is to even show to an ordinary common man that this judgment, the judgment of the Court of Appeal, especially in respect of the order granted in favor of the respondent, is faulty completely. It is faulty. It cannot stand. There is no any other law that supports the judgment of the Court of Appeal in relation to the order granted in favor of FEC. It is too glaring. It is too glaring. There is no basis. The decision is faulty. And we are challenging part of that decision where it says APC is now declared.
But Abdul Karim, I'm not a lawyer. You are the lawyer here. But from the journalistic, end of the divide, one of the reasonings two main reasonings of the Court of Appeal, or the reason why the Court of Appeal claimed in the reading of the judgment before the CTC came out that they were affirming the decision of the tribunal, was because, one, that the governor, as at the time he was nominated as the candidate of his party, was not a bona fide member of the NNPP. That's number one. Number two is the second one that you tried to explain away. That's the invalidation of more than 160-something not properly registered ballots. Now, the situation is such that the Court of Appeal, however, has given a very controversial CTC, and the two parties are claiming victory. When they get to the Supreme Court now, how would the Supreme Court handle this? You are a lawyer, help us.
Well, we already have grounds of appeal. You understand? We already have grounds of appeal, which the party, that is NNPP, lodged an appeal before the Court of Appeal, challenging part of the decision of the Court of Appeal. If that succeeded, automatically the judgment of the Court of Appeal in respect of the version we appeal against, it will be set aside. The two versions relied often when they were reading the judgment. Everybody knows that Section 177 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, it only forbids the issue of independent candidature, as it has been decided in plethora of Supreme Court cases. Peter Obi against Bola Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar against Bola Tinubu, recently decided by the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal itself. So by this judgment cannot stand.
Hello, barrister.
The Court of Appeal is appropriating and reprobating. In some other cases, they said it is pre-election matter. Now it is only in this case of Kano that they say it is a secondary election issue, which is not at all. It is not at all. Then the invalidation of those invalid votes, they relied on Section 71 of the Electoral Act. That section talks about the statement of result, not ballot papers. Not ballot papers. The relevant section under Electoral Act is Section 63, sub 2.
Okay, Abdul Karim, I know you are a lawyer. You can go on and on this, but unfortunately, hello, Abdul Karim. We really have to wrap it up at this juncture. I am very, very grateful for the two of you, Abdul Karim and Kabir. You have been wonderful, wonderful contributors. One just prays that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will let the peace hold in Kano, that we will not have incidents of violence, lives will not be lost, and the peace of Kano will be the peace of Nigeria. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
We really appreciate you. Today's throwback. Oja Akpomu, the 400 years plus Yoruba market, which is a totemic cultural icon. The historically significant Akpomu market holds a revered place in the cultural and economic heritage of the Yoruba people. Situated in present-day Osun State, southwest Nigeria, this thriving market has been a vital center for trade and commerce for more than 4 centuries, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and cultural traditions within the expansive Yoruba civilization, which sprawls over parts of today's Nigeria, Benin Republic, Togo, and Ghana. Steeped in history and tradition, the Akpomu market remains a vibrant symbol of the enduring legacy of Yoruba commerce and cultural longevity. The roots of the Akpomu market can be traced back to ancient times, when it emerged as a pivotal meeting point for traders from diverse Yoruba communities and beyond. As one of the oldest markets in the sub-region, Akpomu became a crucial hub for the trade of agricultural produce, textiles, livestock, crafts, and sadly so, slaves at some point by Yoruba traders, before the legendary Alaafin Abiodun decreed that no bona fide Yoruba soul must be sold to slavery anymore. Folklore has it that it was the defense of the anti-slavery edict of Alaafin Abiodun by the warrior clan Owus, which got the slave trading profiting Ijebus and the Oyo despising Ifes to conspire and wage war against Orile Owu, the aboriginal homestead of the Owus, and led to their eventual dispersal across Yoruba land, with most Yoruba settlements having little Owu enclaves and the sizable rump in Abeokuta after an initial pre-formation of Ibadan habitation of that geographical space. Beyond its economic importance, the Akpomu market has played a pivotal role in preserving and sharing Yoruba cultural traditions. The bustling marketplace became a melting pot of diverse cultures, languages, and customs as traders from different Yoruba communities and neighboring regions converged to engage in commercial activities and cultural exchanges. The exchange of goods was accompanied by the sharing of traditional knowledge, folklore, and oral histories, creating a rich tapestry of cultural interaction and mutual enrichment. In addition to its economic and cultural significance, the Akpomu market also functioned as a vital social and political arena within Yoruba society, serving as a focal point for community interaction. The market was a space where people from different walks of life could come together, engage in lively discussions, and form social connections. It also served as a platform for the dissemination of news, information, and edicts from rulers, thus becoming an integral part of the social and political fabric of Yoruba communities. Moreover, the Akpomu market continues to stand as a living tribute to the resilience and adaptability of Yoruba economic and cultural practices, despite the challenges posed by changing times and modernization. The market remains a dynamic center of trade and cultural exchange, embodying the enduring spirit of the Yoruba people's economic and cultural tradition. Iloya Onibode Akpomu, as they usually say in Yoruba, about time I left. I am Bola Oba. Have a good day.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Hello there. My name is Oluseyi Akinwale Fashwi. Orúkọ rere ó sàn ju wúrà lọ, meaning a good name is worth more than gold. That was the creed imparted in us when growing up. This forms the background to my good old days story. My late grandfather, an Ondo man from Okegbogi compound in Ondo State, was a revered Reverend Father of the Anglican Communion that traversed the whole of Western region back then. His sojourn in line of work brought him to Abeokuta, where he met and married my grandmother of the Deke family at Ikuruake, Abeokuta. This is the basis of my dual lineage of an Ondo man and Egba man. My late father, Prophet Olujimi Timothy Fashui, resident in Ibadan, retired as a higher executive officer at the then Nigerian Cocoa Board, Cocoa House, while my late mother, a trader, Oluyemisi Fashui, hails from Abeokuta. I was born at Lafia Hospital in Ibadan. I am the first of only 2 children, the other being a girl, now married. I grew up with my maternal uncle, late Mr. Adekunle Ladende Esquire, who was then an agricultural officer and later a divisional officer at Ugumosho during the Western Region days. My uncle, an Egbaman, was a strict disciplinarian. His wife, a midwife then, likewise trained us all on strict moral standards. I will share some of my learning experiences with them in the course of my story. I started my primary education at Bodija International School and completed it at St. Benedict's Private School, Ibara, Abeokuta, when my uncle was transferred to Ogun State after creation of states in the 70s. Then to St. Leo's High School for Secondary, Ogun State Polytechnic for A-levels, and University of Ilorin, where I obtained B.A. Hans degree in Performing Arts. Growing up was memorable and indeed indelible. From early days at Old Bodija, Ibadan, where streets were paved, neat clean gutters and drainage systems, security guaranteed, even with low fence and no barbed wires. It was then considered uncultured to speak across fence to your neighbors. Notable places then were Palm Chemist, Keba Chemist, KS Motel, Cocoa House, Agodi Gardens and Zoo, Premier Hotels, Rotunda, and a host of others. In those days of strong values, our normal day usually will begin with bell ringing by Daddy, my uncle, for prayers. Songs from hymnal books, psalms from Bible were sung and recited off heart. Till date, I can still read Psalm 23, 121, 122, 103, 91, and some others from memory. Then, everyone had a car to do before school. Everyone was trained to write with Ami, the foundational phonemic notations of Yoruba language, which is Doremi, and speak in Yoruba language. Proverbs, idioms, witty sayings, storytellings. Alo, alo. Oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku bimo, gbogbo ọmọ ẹ̀ ló yàjẹ́ o. Kí ni o? Pardon me as I won't be able to translate this in English language, but it suffices to say each story then ended with a lesson in moral and conduct. It is strange, therefore, to know that majority of families nowadays train their children strictly on English language and eroding our cultures and traditions, all in the name of westernization. This is a tickling time bomb. Values inculcated in us were good character, good name, discipline, integrity, truthfulness, cleanliness, hard work, dedication, loyalty, God-fearing, sound education, and responsibility. I remember a day I was running late and dressed up for school without doing my morning course. As I prostrated fully, saying, Udabosa, meaning bye-bye, sir, Daddy asked, have you done your course in Yoruba? I couldn't answer in the affirmative. He then asked that I should go and remove my uniform and perform my duties, and that when I get punished for lateness in school, next time I'll learn to wake up earlier and do my course. This taught me how to be responsible and time conscious. I remember another incident of my goose. My uncle requested for a glass of water. 50-50 calls it. Half hot water and half cold water, making it warm water. As I dashed from his front, I accidentally kicked or brushed his leg while leaving. He called me back and instructed me in Yoruba, Lo mu adawa kowage itakun to fese kolenkan, meaning go and bring a cutlass, machete, and cut the tree roots you kicked then. I turned to leave, only to realize my goof of not apologizing when I kicked his foot in error. I quickly prostrated and said, sorry, sir. That was courtesy lesson 101. I never forgot the incidents and lessons, using an idiom for corrections. Wow. I remember the good old telephone always under lock and key. I won't disclose some naughty pranks we played to dial numbers without opening the padlock. God help you if you are caught in the act. Your punishment will be near capital. I recall my uncle had tools of various artisans. We repaired minor things ourselves. Hammer, nail, saw, crowbar, shovels, plumb, ladder, plumbing machine, a toolbox for screwdrivers and paint brushes. We actually painted part of the house once. He was a hands-on man, a life skill I possess till date. Memories. What of dress code? Everyone must tuck in their shirts going out, neat and ironed. No collar flying. Hair must be cropped neat at Maridoti Babas, Makola. But what do we have today? Nudity has replaced decency. Now we glorify Yahooism as a profession. Drugs and drunkenness proliferate and rule our world. Mentorship gone to the winds and lawlessness now order of the day. How did we get here? Growing up, our orientation of sound moral values was right. And it has helped me later in life to mix freely with people of diverse cultures and traditions. It is the same values that has helped me in my passion, drive, and calling into integrated development communication initiatives, where we use arts as a tool for advocacy and education for attitudinal change of various publics. This is a clarion call, a call for us to revisit those old-time tested values of integrity, discipline, patriotism, hard work, dedication, humility, good character, and high moral standards. It is time for us to call the emerging generation to borrow a leaf from our past when there was dignity in labor, honesty, perseverance, and belief in God, who is the author and finisher of our faith. Let's shun tribal sentiments and embrace religious tolerance. Hunger does not discriminate. You are uniquely made. Nigeria can and will be great again if we all do the needful and stop the blame game. Let us ask ourselves one question. Am I truthful and honest in my dealings as a parent, government, or a businessman? What legacy are we leaving behind for our children? They deserve a future that is greater than our past. We owe them a duty to lead them right. Nigeria needs an urgent national moral rebirth to galvanize credible leadership and responsible followership. Therefore, I join Sir Shimore Badejo on this noble initiative to say there is hope for Nigeria still. Our good old days can be a foundation for a better tomorrow. Let's do our bit to make our country great again. Long live Nigeria. Thank you.
I like rolling my strong this way. I call it strong. I call SK Popo. I call them strong because, as I said, it motivates me, it gives me energy, it makes me move. I'm addicted to Tramadol, Baba Blue. Everyone knows it as well. No, codeine, Benelin with codeine. Tramadol was given to me by my father. Him too, he didn't even know what it was. My name is Tunde Smith. I'm a drug addict, and well, I'm here to tell you my story about drugs. I started taking drugs when I was 20. I was this kind of child then that I was always trapped in my house. My dad didn't always allow me to go out, and my mom didn't always allow me to go out. So when I got out to the world after I finished secondary school, and I spent 1-2 years at home out of frustration, then I started going out, meeting people, and that was when I now found out about SK. And that's the street name outside. It got to a time that without it, I couldn't eat anymore. I was very, very much fatter than this, but I guess it's drugs that did this to me because I lost my appetite. I didn't know how, I didn't know how to get it first of all. It was always a friend that always bought it for me. So when he was not around, when he had to go to school, they didn't even only me around, I had to wait for a while before I could find my way to get into the Zanga zone and get the drug, you understand? So it was very, very hard for me to hold on to it, saying, okay, fine, I won't take this thing for a long period of time. But when I had the chance to take it, I took it excessively. I took it like there was no tomorrow. I took it like that was the last one that was on earth, just to make me feel good. I won't say I'm proud to say I'm a drug addict, but well, I guess I found myself here and I have to actually tell myself the truth. So yes, I am a drug addict. I steal money from my mom, I steal money from my dad. I just try my best to like get a shot of it a day at least. My curiosity always got the best of me when it came to drugs. So I moved on from just taking SK to taking other ones. And it got to a point in time I tuned into hard drugs. So I was taking all of them together. I would take Tramadol, I would take Ruchi, I would take all those kind of stuff. I would take them, you know, just like know what this does and what this does. You know, all those kind of drugs, they're very, very easy to get. All you can do is just go down to the pharmacy and just ask for it. You don't need prescriptions, you don't need anything. You just go there, you get it. Hard drugs like that, I call it hard because of what it does when you take a large amount of it, because the feeling it gives and everything like that. And it's so easy to get. It's like just walk down the park and you get it so easy.
Psychologists receive phone calls day and night from addicts who want to give up drugs. Every 2 calls is about one particular medicine, Tramadol.
Parents shouldn't give their children medications containing the narcotics codeine or Tramadol.
Tramadol was given to me by my father. Him too, he didn't even know what it was. When I don't take it, it makes me feel like the whole world is on top of me. It makes me feel like I am nothing. I'm about to go get some supplies, you know, talking about the usual stuff, everything, Tramadol, popcorn and stuff like that, you know. It's not an easy task getting these things and actually trying to get a video of it as well, but let's just pray that I don't get caught. But I just want to show how easy it is to get these things at no extra cost. Is quite easy. Okay, this is where I have to pass if I want to go get, you know, if I have to go get the stuff, you know. It's a very, very long way. It's a railway line. It's known to everyone. Everyone knows that if you want to get drugs, this is the place to be if you're in Lagos, especially this Yaba side. You can see the environment is a place whereby it's not conducive, you know. You can see everyone, no one knows I'm doing this. So, you know, if I'm being caught over here, if anyone should just suspect that I'm doing something like this, I'm screwed already. Like, I'm literally screwed because no, the police is not going to come here on time. This place is so deep inside the location that I'm going to this stuff. Before the police gets here, I would have been dead. It's so sure about it. This place that I'm about to enter now, I want to go get Tramadol. It's, as I said, it's just another shop, another pharmacy that you can just walk into and just get anything you want. Hello. Good afternoon. Do you have Tramadol? Yeah? 100 milligrams. Okay, let me have one then. I'm asking for her now if I could get Tramadol, and she says yes, she has it. I'm going to take 100 milligrams. That is about 5 pills. So I'm just going to wait for her and let her, you know, sell it to me. In the meantime, I'm showing you guys around the pharmacy, you know. As I said, it's all being done secretly, so no one knows I'm actually doing this. As you're seeing right here, this view that you're looking at is what we call Zanga. This, as you can see right there at the far right corner, you see that you can see some guys sitting right there. I can't go down there because I'm not meant to do this kind of thing at all. If I'm caught doing this, that's it for me right there. But as you can see over there now, you can see those guys seated right there. Those are those people that like take drugs. They're always there. This is where you can do anything you want. In fact, this place that you're looking at right here, it's not even on the Lagos State map. This place doesn't exist at all. This place is like, it's meant to be a canal. There's a canal over there. That's where you see the bushes, right at this corner, after this house. There's a canal that passes through that side. So all this place is meant to be like a gutter, you know. But, you know, you can see houses everywhere. Everyone just trying to survive. Over this place that you're looking at, the guy that you're seeing over there, that's actually the dealer. Because he sees me standing here for so long, he's like wondering what's up. Like, he wants to come and meet me, but I'm just like giving him the signals not to come yet, because I don't really want anybody to see me doing this. That's it for me. Tramadol, this is 250 milligrams of tramadol, just one pill. You have some people that take 2 sometimes when you really want to get high. Then this one is the normal one, the ones that you get like anywhere on the streets. Anywhere you go, you can just ask anyone and you get it. This is 100 milligrams. The normal dosage, any normal guy that takes trams, when they start, this is what they start with, because before you get to 250, you have to like start with 50 milligrams, 100 milligrams. You can't just get up to here, you just get messed up. Rochi. This is Rochi. This one you take, this is 100 milligrams. Yeah, this 100 milligrams, just one pill. Just one pill of this, and you're good to go. Having like the motivation to like come out and speak about this is because it wasn't easy for me as well. I had to like seek help from, you know, a doctor. When everything was going crazy for me, I had to like seek help medically, and they were the ones that gave me the motivation to like do what I'm doing here today. If there's anyone out there that it's into drugs and feeling depressed, and you just feel that okay, fine, you want to step out, but you don't know how to. It can be hard, but it all starts by that step. It all starts by you just going out there and just seeking help. No one is gonna like hunt you down. No one is gonna arrest you. It's just about you just coming out and just saying this is it, because that was the step I took.
Slick City Empire.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
viewers, welcome to another edition of Cancer with Dr. Denise Ejo, the CEO of Commonwealth Cancer Foundation. I hope you're having a wonderful time. And today we have in the house Director General of the Nigerian Institute for Cancer Research and Treatment. This is a one-on-one with him. Prof, good afternoon and welcome to our edition with you as our interviewee.
Good afternoon, Dr. Dennis. Good afternoon, Nigerians, and thank you for having me at this time.
Thank you for giving us time. You know, I know you have a very busy schedule, so let's try to go so that we can get. So as we draw to the end of the year, I want to use this opportunity firstly to thank Plus TV for their commitment to ensuring cancer awareness activities are promoted and knowledge is shared across Nigeria and the world. We really appreciate you and Plus Television. And to our viewers, you have been with us for the whole year. We really, really appreciate you. And as we draw down to the end of the year, we have a lot still lined up for you. But today we're going to be talking to our DG. So let's go. Together we fight, together we win. You all know you follow us, Commonwealth Cancer Foundation, any of our social media platforms, and you can watch all the videos there and find out what's going on. So today, who have we got? The DG of NICRAT. Thank you, Prof, for being here. And he's our special guest. Let me introduce him to you. He's Professor Usman Malami Aliyu, the Pioneer Director General of the Nigerian Institute for Cancer Research and Treatment in Nigeria. Thank you very much for taking your time out for this program, Prof. I really don't take it for granted. Prof is a member of the Board of Trustees of ARCON Nigeria and the CMAC of Usman Danfodio University Teaching Hospital, Sokoto, where we're both alumni together, and I say it with so much pride because people don't know there's a University of Sokoto. Usman Danfodio University, and he's a member of the IOTIC, Africa Education and Training Committee, and the past NMA State Chairman. So sit back, viewers, and let's all relax as we listen to Prof, and he tells us what's going on in the cancer space. Together we fight, together we win. Prof, thank you for your time. Can I start with my first question?
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Firstly, can you please share this role of NICRAT and the changing and how you're going to impact the changing narrative for cancer patients across Nigeria?
Okay, so thank you very much for the question. As you are very much aware that the NICRAT, that is the National Institute for Cancer Research and Treatment, was established in January 2023 for the need to harmonize and coordinate all the actions toward cancer control in the country. So it is a governmental agency that has been given the mandate to passion the activities of cancer prevention, cancer treatment, cancer research, and in totality cancer control in the country. So, and since the establishment of the Institute, the management of the Institute hasn't rested. They kick the ground running by setting out so many activities, one of which was to unveil the Institute. Unveiling meaning to announce the Institute to the country and to the world in general. The second one was to set up a committee to review the need for our policy documents, to update our policy document. And by doing that, I mean our 5-year strategic plan for the country, the cancer control plan, which has expired in the country. We also have 2 other documents which we think are very key to tackling the scourge of cancer in the country. So after setting that, just about 3 weeks back, we launched these 3 documents, which are very essential and very important to the country. The first one is the 5-year cancer control plan, 2023 to 2027. Then we have the cervical cancer control plan. And then we also launched cancer research agenda for the country. The 2 cancer cervical cancer control plan and the cancer research agenda were the first to actually be drafted and launched in the history of cancer in Nigeria. You were there, Dr. Dennis. So actually it was a great success that was achieved and recorded in the country. And going forward, all our action is going to be tailored forward, extracting our goal point based on the year as we go forward, and then ensure that we achieve realistically the aims, the objectives, and the goals that are set there. Permit me to actually dwell on the key mandates or core mandates of the Institute. The number 1 is that the Institute is expected to take leadership in the area of cancer prevention, research, and treatment in the country. It is expected that the Institute will liaise with all the stakeholders that have interest in cancer in the country, coordinate their action, put it together, and make it a fruitful one for the country.
Well, thank you. Now, one key thing that is of very big interest, because the population of people with cancer and the survival rate of people with cancer in low middle income countries is very, very poor, and Nigeria is not an exemption to that. We have always had this back and forth conversation on this cancer fund, cancer no fund, cancer health fund, yeah? Now that you have taken the lead, because there's a lot of accountability that we kept asking about prior to you coming. So it's before you came, before you took on this role, we have been going on about the Cancer Health Fund, how is it managed and how is it reaching out to people and why is data not available. So now that you have taken the lead, how do you intend to get this out in such a way that there is equity, there's fairness, there is access within the limitations, and what are your plans on partnerships? Because you can't fund a cancer patient as an organization on your own.
All right. So thank you very much for the question. Now, in line with the renewed top agenda of the Mr. President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, that is His Excellency Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu, and with the great effort of his ministers, that is Prof. Pate and Dr. Tunji Alausa, during the launching of the 5-year cancer strategic plan, Dr. Tunji Alausa, that is the State Minister for Health and Social Economy, categorically stated that the Cancer Health Fund has been moved. He sought the approval from Mr. President, and Mr. President has given the approval to move the Cancer Health Fund from the Federal Ministry of Health to NICRA. And that was done actually because of some of the bureaucratic bottleneck that some of our cancer patients are facing, because of there are so many things, so many problems that the Federal Ministry of Health are concerned with. So now that we have the government of the day established the National Institute for Cancer Research and Treatment to handle cancer activities in the country. Now, to ensure that the Institute has carried out its mandate and its function in line with the renewed top agenda of the Mr. President, the Ahmed Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, of alleviating the suffering of cancer patients and making their treatment more accessible and affordable in the country. He has given that directive. The Institute has already started working rigorously, very closely with the National Health Insurance Scheme. In fact, a committee has been set between the two agencies to ensure a smoother and a hitch-free model or modality through which those indigent patients can be identified. That is when they come at the various treatment centers within the country, fashion out how to transfer the funds or transfer the required treatment. These are the surgery, the chemotherapy, and radiotherapy services to this patient. Currently, we are on it, and we are working on that. The legislature, that is National Assembly, they have reiterated their support to increasing the Cancer Health Fund to double the amount of what it is currently is, and also to add another cancer health fund. You know, we have the childhood cancers, which are almost 80% curable. So after a very long discussion, we agreed to set up that budget line also to be managed by NICRA, so that any child that come up with cancer in the country can comfortably walk into the functional cancers that we have in the country, and a substantial amount is going to be channeled from the government for the treatment of that child. So that you see the problem of affordability and access to this treatment by these children and their parents is going to be remarkably or markedly taken care of or removed. So you see, it's actually a very big, applaudable effort by the government of the day. That I've ensured. I've visited twice budget office, and I can ensure you the current DG budget is working insidiously to make sure that that childhood cancer health fund is maintained on the budget line of the National Health Insurance Scheme, along with that of the adults, that is the cancer health fund. So these are two good things that are coming as actually pronounced by Dr. Tunji Alausa, the State Minister for Health and Social Welfare.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You've just been able to at least help the children or parents of children with cancer recognize that they can seek help, which is something that is not known. So let's hope that those of us that watch this are able to share this information and stop parents from running all around believing what they shouldn't when they can just easily access or find the nearest place to access help. So on that note, let's take a break now. We're going to be taking a short break now, and we will be coming back soon to continue this conversation with the DG. We'll continue it in a few minutes. Welcome back. Thank you for staying tuned. Together we fight, together we win. Let's now start to talk about the cervical cancer. How has the rollout started off? So let me be very specific. Started off in October during the International Cancer Week was when we did the rollout, which was October. How has that been so far, and what are the challenges being experienced with this rollout?
Thank you very much, Dr. Dennis. I think the rollout of the HPV vaccine is actually among one out of all the successes that the country under the current dispensation was able to achieve. The Honorable Minister for Health and Social Economy, Prof. Ali Pate, has made it clearly that the Federal Ministry of Health, under his watch, is not going to let any stone unturned in the area of ensuring that the life and safety of the Nigerians is actually taken well care of. Now, one of the things that is this HPV vaccine, which is known to prevent in totality the risks of our younger girls coming up with cervical cancer. If we can remember, the scourge of cervical cancer, it's the burden one, it's very high in the country. And this is one of the vaccine preventable cancers that we have in the country. That once you take this vaccine, it can prevent you from coming up with the disease. Because the agent that is causing this is a virus, which is called human papillomavirus. So it was clearly introduced into the country, I think, if I'm not mistaken, on the 24th of October. And since the launching of that vaccine by our mother, Senator Remi Tinubu, and the First Lady of Nigeria, there was a massive rollout of the vaccine to those areas within the city that needed it the most. But it's going to be rolled out in 17 countries in 2 phases. After the mass rollout, then it's going to be involved, or it's going to be included in the national immunization program within the country, so that wherever you need it, right from the primary, secondary, and tertiary healthcare, you can just go and your children can have the vaccine. The aim here is to protect their younger age that are not hitherto exposed sexually to those viruses. So if we can catch them young and immunize them, give them that immunity against that human papilloma vaccine, or the vaccine can completely wipe out the viruses that they are going to contact during their, as they move towards their adulthood life. So you can see it confers a kind of immunity. And the importance of this is that in terms of morbidity and mortality, if you look at what is happening in the country, cervical cancer is one of the cancers that increase the morbidity and mortality of cancer currently in the country. At this year 2023, it is not acceptable that a vaccine that is prevented, that can prevent a vaccine preventable disease like cervical cancer is still threatening the life of individuals, younger women population in the country. So rolling out this vaccine is actually a great achievement, a great success of this our government, in line with the Renew Hope agenda of Mr. President. Actually, this vaccine, if it has anything, any problem regarding the fertility that people are going and moving around, it wouldn't have passed through our regulatory agencies that are currently working insidiously to take out any drug or food that is found to contain some hazardous chemicals within them. Before this drug is launched, it passes through NAFDAC, and you know it is the responsibility of the NAFDAC to actually pass all their the food and drug contents that are coming into the country for consumption, to pass through their research lab and accredit such drugs. So ours is to call on our people that please allow your girl child to be immunized with this very important vaccine that we have in the country. The WHO has already said 2030 for the elimination of cervical cancer in the country. One of the key ways of achieving that by 2030 is by taking this vaccine, by conferring or by giving our children, girl child, the immunity, the protection from this cervical cancer. And it's very important to know that this HPV vaccine does not only give protection against cervical cancer, it also gives protection protection for vaginal cancers, vulval cancer. So people and sometimes even warts. You know, we have vaginal warts, and so you see it's a win-win situation, and it's coming free to the country. And because the government of the day had to spend a huge amount of money in with the support of government, that is why the quantity we currently have will not extend to reach out to the male population that we have, because even men, you know, can benefit from the vaccines, and sometimes even the elderly women beyond 9 to 14 years. But because this is what we have, and this is where the country is starting, we don't want other countries, we don't want to be left behind. Now considering the scourge, morbidity and mortality of cancer, and the projections that by the year 2030, that the current cancer burden that we have in the world is going to be doubled. And 75% of the burden is going to come up within the low and middle income countries. So this is one of the major ways that the government of the day, the government of the country is taking to actually reduce the burden of cancer and vis-a-vis morbidity and mortality in the country.
Thank you, Prof, for that. That was quite a nice long lecture. So to those out there who are worried about the vaccine, there are two messages I have for you. Firstly, it is safer to have the vaccine than to have cancer. I live with cancer. Secondly, as a parent of children or girls, I will tell you my daughters have had the vaccine. And of the daughters that have had the vaccine, one of them has also married and had children. So all these myths, there's never a perfect 100%, but at least give yourself a fighting chance. So those who are afraid of taking the vaccine, please take the vaccine. It is best for you, and people like me are telling you, we know what it is to have cancer. It's not a nice journey, and it's more expensive than the vaccine. All right, so just before we end, I'm going to ask you one question. If I was to look for a specific thing that you want the advocate community, especially the cancer patient advocate. You see, a lot of people, I always try to make people understand that if a cancer patient talks about the disease, it's more likely to be a lot easier than everybody else, because we are sitting in the chair. So if you are going to give advocates an assignment, what do you want them to do to help this campaign?
Okay, I will actually want the cancer advocates that we have in the country to reach out to the nook and crannies of the is vaccines, and to demystify the myths that and all those barriers that we currently have, which are very much erroneous, to educate them that these are actually false and nothing but false. You have just declared that all your girls took the vaccines and one has given birth. There are many of children, people that have taken the vaccines and they have given birth, and they are up and doing currently running down with their things. If people shouldn't even forget what happened during the COVID-19, I always look at it. There were a lot of advocacy that we shouldn't take the vaccine. Now, if you take it, you will die before your next birthday. And here we are. I took it like how many years? I've seen 2 or 3 of my birthdays. So you see, it's
I've taken 6. I've taken 6.
So you see,
I just took one on recent. No.
You see. So
prevention is better than cure.
Yeah. So all we want is for our advocates to continuously reach out. Our people in the community, they should reach out to the malams, the pastors, the rural heads, all the people, the key stakeholders, in this to explain, to educate them on the importance of this vaccine and demystify all the erroneous beliefs that the people, the information that has been propagating currently in the country. So once they have done that, they have actually reduced our work. That is, to protect the girl child.
Thank you for your time this afternoon. Together we fight, together we win. I keep saying this to those out there. I want to thank our special guest. It's one-on-one with DG of NICRAT, Professor Malami. That's what I call him. Thank you for joining us. To all of you out there, you can find us on our social media handles. And Prof, can you tell NICRAT to tag us so that we can tag you with all your work? Because we're done with you. We can't tag NICRAT on it. They are not allowing us to tag you. So I hope they will allow us to tag you on this one as well, so we can put you on it and then people can see it. On our social media handles, you can find us Common Cancer Foundation, and we will make sure NICRAT is also tagged on this as well, so that the messages are clear. It's one voice we're speaking from. Thank you all viewers for being with us. You can follow us on our Instagram, social media, any of them. Threads, YouTube, LinkedIn, you'll find us there. Just please save your life, share information, make sure that you are part of this drive. And to Prof, we want to say thank you very much for your time,
thank you,
your drive, and your determination to help us.
That's my pleasure. Take care.
Have a lovely weekend. Thank you.
Welcome to Timeless Conversations today. My guest is a gentleman who is an epitome of altruism. All the while that I've known him, he has always done stuff just for the common good of everybody around him. In fact, to the extent that I see him as Dr. Selfless. I said Dr. Selfless because he's a medical doctor by training. Please welcome with me Dr. Dokun Adedeji. He prefers to be called Dokun Adedeji.
That's right.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
We also call him Papa. Now, let's talk about you as the person. As much as possible, I will make you talk about things you don't want to talk about. You don't like being the focus. But how would you not be the focus when you are the firstborn of your family?
Yeah, truly I'm firstborn, but sometimes the firstborn also can be silent in the sense that others outshine him or something. But I've lived my life like this. My kid brothers and sisters looking up to me again, and also my parents having so much trust and confidence in my leadership ability over my kids. And I think that has helped me in other things that I've done, I've been able to do.
Okay. Your family is from Igbarodo. No, Igbaroke.
Yes.
In Ondo State.
Yes.
Were you born there?
I wasn't.
But you also have a very strong connection to Igbarodo.
Oh, yeah.
Igbaroke.
You know, you think, when my father retired and we were living in Lagos, after a while he got tired of living in Lagos, he moved to Igbaroke, and then my mother joined, and they were living there until they died. So we had no choice than to keep visiting them until my mom died some months ago.
Yes.
So, and they have their house there, which is still there. And we're also close to some of the things they do there. And the current Oba, we're also close to him. So, in a sense, because of my parents, we had to be going regularly, and that was how I got a bit close to
Igbaroke. Now, but let's talk about your family life, your early childhood. What did your dad and your mom do that was useful, helpful in turning you guys out the way you have turned out?
You know, I like that because I'm beginning to see the effect of how we were brought up and what they did on our own current lives and the way we are trying to live our family lives. My father was a banker until he retired during the Murtala Muhammad, some funny things as we learned. And then my mom actually did not work because my father said her responsibility was us. And she also took it like that until when she decided to work, then she was doing just some trading, got involved in a lot of things. So she had time to be with us. My father too managed to find time to be. And banking then, it's not like today. It's like cutthroat and then all kinds of stuff. My father still had time. So whenever he came back, I remember in those days, we would sit down as a family, we were talking generally about things. And those things that we used to talk about had been some sort of the things that have guided the way we all have grown up. About values, about systems, about how people should connect with other people and how they connected with us and how we saw them connecting with just ordinary people.
Okay. So what was the decision to send you to school back in, that was Ado-Ekiti?
I remember.
Were you that stubborn?
No, I wasn't. You see, we were living in Lagos. I did all my primary school and all those in Lagos. And my parents felt that they wanted me to have a kind of rural background with education being the primary focus and also the Christian nature of it. So I did a variety of exams, I passed them. When I now decided I was going to go to some particular, they said, sorry, you are going to Christ School, Ado-Ekiti. And I think it was the best choice for me as well.
Okay.
And living Lagos, the glamour of Lagos and all the rascality, to then go to Christ School, that was backwater kind of a thing. And then, although again, I got there meeting some friends of mine who also came from Lagos with the same parental leaning that we want you to go somewhere and learn about other people, other things aside from Lagos.
Okay.
So it was fun.
What did that do to you?
Ah.
Apart from the fun aspect of it.
No,
being away for the first time?
Being away for the first time was tough. I remember the first time that we were on holiday, I was to come home. I think my dad couldn't send someone to pick me or something, so I had to come by public transport or something. So for me, it was jarring, never done that before. And also what it helped me to do was to meet a lot of people from different backgrounds. And in those days, it doesn't matter whether we were Christian or not. I mean, I met all kinds of people. And also, it allowed me to settle into education and also gave me the opportunity of going to some extracurricular things that had built my life today. It was a very good experience for me.
So, what led you to decide to read medicine?
To read medicine? To be honest with you, and I'll try to be as modest as possible. I was good in all the subjects. I was very good. I was one of the best in my class, in my school at the time. So for me, and again, you know, those days, if you were not a doctor or a lawyer or an accountant, and truly, if I didn't read medicine, I would have read law.
Okay.
And so I decided to read. And again...
So it wasn't like your dad insisted you were to read? Because, you know, it was like in those days, they would say, this is what you read.
You see, I think my family had been lucky with the kind of parents we had. None of us was mandated or corralled to read a particular, it was by choice. And I think some of the things that guided me, I remember when we were living in Ibadan, and I was to make a choice. I remember my dad's friend, two of them very well. One was Professor Femi Williams. He was pathologist in in UCH. And the other was Professor Shofora, who was also in UCH. And they were my dad's very close when they used to come. And I saw Professor Williams, I remember him very well. He would wear black trousers, white short sleeve with a black bow tie. And I liked that. He was very well, I'm very intelligent man. And from school, I passed all this, so I just said I was going to read medicine.
So you wanted to become another Femi Williams?
In a sense, in terms of the way it was sartorially presented and very intelligent and very professional.
You also dress very well too, sure you know.
Oh, I thank you.
Yes.
No, people say that, but it's just by nature, I like to be simple, but I like to be, I'm very meticulous about the things that I do, even dressing, even writing, whatever I do. So people find a bit of trouble with that. I was too particular about things, but it's just my nature.
So it's been how many years since you left Ife? I mean, yes, since you went into
medicine.
Medicine, yes.
I left medical school, I think must have been about 38 years now.
Yeah, that's almost 40 years.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
And I practiced medicine for quite a while until I got tired, and whilst I was in Cadbury. So, and incidentally, you know, things sometimes work in ways that you don't understand but that you desire. After being in medical practice as a medical director in Cadbury, then I was getting tired of medicine. I said to myself, I would rather do something else. So in the process, Cadbury then had an issue. And then the MD, then a white man, thank God for white men, I mean for this reason, he called me and said, we talked about something in the company because of the issue all the directors had gone, and they want me to move to human resources, to head human resources. I said to him, hey, I'm a doctor. So he said, no, we know. But we know that you can do it. We will give you all the practical background that you need, experience, and then we'll put you. So he said, okay, they'll come in, let me have an interview with the other directors who are white too. I keep mentioning the white thing because I'm not sure if the MD was black or Nigerian, whether they'll give me that opportunity.
That's a deep one.
Honestly.
We will interrogate it.
Oh, please, let's do. You know why I'm saying so?
Yes.
This was a man, they brought him because he had retired, they brought him from the UK.
Okay.
Wallace Garland. I remember his name very well. Cadbury had problems, some white people had come on the board. Alistair was there, Mike was there, and I think, and also Wallace. So he walked to my office, actually in the clinic. He had been looking for me, I wasn't there. So then he then came, he shut the door and said, Doc, I want us to have a chat. I said, what is it? He said, we've been thinking about something I've discussed with them in headquarters in Birmingham. We want you to become the head of HR. I said, look, I'm a medical doctor by profession. He said, we know, but we have seen things in you that can make you that make us believe that you can handle it. So, but he said what they will do then is try and give me practical background and all this and all the training required. I said, okay. And he said I would think about it, that he will call me. So he got back there, he called me and said, will I be available for an interview on Friday? I said, okay, fine. Then he called back and said, no, tomorrow. So I met the other directors, two of them, Mike, the other white man, then the South African, white South African, Alistair Gore. So we had the interview, and then 2 days later, he called me and said, look, they've agreed that I should be moved to human resources, that if I don't like it, I should let them know I'll come back to medicine.
We'll come back to it. Let me just say that, don't you think that attitude was more from where they're coming from than because of their skin color?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. If I alluded to white, it was
Yes.
because they were white then. I think it's them.
Yeah.
It's just their way, the attitude of giving anybody a chance who can do something. Not necessarily because of the skin color.
Okay, fine.
It is not unlikely that there could be some Nigerians with such disposition, but at that time there was none, in my periphery.
Okay.
So I think it was more. It wasn't because of the, some also came, they were terrible, white guys, but not necessarily because of their skin color.
So what was that experience like, switching from the clinic being medical director to becoming HR director?
Honestly, it was enlightening. It gave me a wider berth in understanding. But you see, what had also helped me was the fact that as a doctor, I was dealing with human beings in a clinical sense of mobility.
Yeah.
But when I moved to it, I was now dealing with human beings in a social environment with their working relationship and all that department. So it was just a shift, but it's still about people.
Okay.
But I think it deepened my interest in people and gave me a better understanding of what trips people, how they live their lives, and what affects them. It was very good for me, and after a while again, I got tired. I said I wanted to leave.
We'll take a break. We'll be back to continue. It's still Timeless Conversations. Our guest is Dr. Dokun Adedeji. We'll be back. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations with Dokun Adedeji as our guest today. So you were saying you got tired and you thought, let me go.
You see, it's an interesting thing about what had happened to me. When I was in the clinic, I had the liberty to to practice medicine the way I always loved to practice. I had everything. The company gave me the latitude to have the things that I required to practice. And so it was a different experience for me from working in the private sector. And so when after a while, I just thought, I come here, I treat people, I do this, I can't wake up the dead. So I said to myself, I'd like to have a different experience. You know, and the thing that helped me, as the clinic was under the HR department, so I was attending top managers meeting and all those. So I was making contributions to our discussions, and I said that, look, this is something that I didn't think I was going to go to HR until that opportunity came. So when it came, you know, whilst I was even in the clinic, I was involved in some NGOs where I put so much time and interest even whilst working. And so I began to say to myself, and I came with the experience of what Bill Gates said. Bill Gates said when he called his colleagues and said, look, when he becomes 50, he was going to retire. And he began to do other things that gave him satisfaction and opportunities to do other things. So I said to myself, I've worked in the clinic, I've been HR, I've done my bit. I would like to spend the rest of my life doing things for other people and doing things that I enjoy, not necessarily for money, but for satisfaction. And so after a while, I told the company that I would like to leave. So they said, well, I said, I just was tired. There was no way I would become the MD of the company. I mean, going by what I can see, because I'm limited in that scope. And I'd rather now when I can still do stuff, go and do things. And they said, okay, fine. So I left. And since I left, I've been involved in the NGOs that I mentioned, that are now I superintend over it, and it gives me absolute satisfaction. And the peace it brings to me, I can't quantify it. So I thought I made the right decision.
So it's like you turned the page.
Oh, yes.
In your life's story.
Oh, yes.
And decided I'm going to be more into NGO, social service, as it were. Now, the NGO is the Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry. That's CADAM.
CADAM.
What informed its formation?
You know, sometimes, I remember when I won an award, and the chairman of it came, because I won the chairman's award in Cadbury, which was an international award, Cadbury Staff Worldwide. So the chairman asked me, he said, Doko, what gave you this desire to do this thing? That I said, honestly, I don't know. I just think it's my nature. It's not the same thing. What happened was, I never smoked before, never drank before. One day in church, the pastor just said, look, we're starting a new ministry called Drug Addict Rehabilitation Ministry to cater to the people that have been on drugs, maybe in the hospital at home. They didn't have any intention of turning to anything else, so I joined. So once I was there, it then began, not because of my medical background, but it was just my nature. So when we were there, I began to suggest to people that, look, going to the joints and meeting this addict, just talking to them was not, they even said to us that, look, we want you to take us out of this and then put us in a place where we can get rehabilitated. That was what began the journey. So I then got very involved in it. We then built our centers, began to admit people, and we went to see people turn around. There are quite a number of them, there are still a lot of them that are drug-free, living productive lives. So that was my interest.
In what year was this?
The ministry actually was founded by Pastor Deyemi. I think he founded the ministry in 1991.
Okay.
And then I joined the ministry in 1992.
So that's like 1991 today. That's 30 years
yes,
ago.
And then
so
29.
You've been with it.
I've been in the ministry for about 29 years.
29 years.
And since I retired in 2010, this is what I've been doing full time. Even I wasn't paid. But that was not until now Mommy Joe now set up a board. The board said, no, you couldn't have been doing this all these many years and then we don't. So they said they'll give me some allowance. But the allowance is not even the important thing. But the fact that it was touching people's lives, people's homes, people's families and parents.
Let's talk about not just the testimonials yet, but the drug abuse situation in Nigeria. I know it's a global thing, but let's situate it within our own area.
Lekon, one of the greatest tragedy for me, or pain for me, is the issue and our attitude to substance abuse in Nigeria. Why do I say that? Since I got involved, we've been shouting at what I'm seeing that will envelope. When initially, some years ago, they said Nigeria was a user nation, a transit nation. Oh, people carry through Nigeria. I remember telling one of the top echelons of NDLA, was actually the chairman, and we're joking that then we were even a user nation. Because they didn't believe until 2013, when NDLA finally agreed that we're a user nation. Then I cautioned again, a year or thereafter, that we're not just a user, we're manufacturing. Everybody said, no, it can't be. Where am I going to? In 2017, a survey was done by the UNODC. The report came out in 2018. The global average prevalence use of substance abuse globally was 5.6%. In Nigeria at that time was 14.4%, translating to over 14 million Nigerians between ages 15 and 64 that had used drugs the previous year. And let me say this, that survey probably did not take into cognizance people who do it in the office, people who do it socially, these were people they thought that were doing drugs on a regular basis. This year, the country representative of UNODC said that figure is close to 20 million. And you know, the thing that people also need to know is this. Out of every 4 substance use abuse disorders, 1 is a female. In Nigeria, the preponderance of use in Nigeria in the population is age 25 to 39, which is the economic productive years of any nation.
Yeah.
In Nigeria today, over almost 12 million people use cannabis.
Marijuana?
Marijuana. And I can tell you, Leko, there is no area of this country that does not have a drug joint.
Freeze. Marijuana. They say that the marijuana grown in certain parts of Nigeria, right, is the best in the world. When you say is the best in the world, is there any economic opportunities derivable from that? Because I recall that even Governor Akeredolu is calling for the legalization of marijuana production.
You know why I'm laughing? Incidentally, Governor Akeredolu and I were classmates at Ayetoro.
Yes.
We're very good friends. He knows this is what I do. I disagree with him completely. You see, anybody who talks about legalization of marijuana are blinded to some facts. We know, as a matter of fact, that the marijuana grown in Nigeria, the component THC component, that is the terrible one that affects the mental and disturbs people, is very high. You see, the marijuana grown abroad for the legal uses are modified. So they're modified to the extent that the THC component is not as heavy as it is here. To say that the best in Nigeria is a fallacy. Nigeria is the 5th highest producer of marijuana in the world. Now, the thing about this is, we are not in a state yet, and I don't know when we can get there, when we can sort of decide that this is what we use marijuana for. So legalizing it will be a tragedy. It will take us down slope. And I'm glad that General Marwa has spoken against it, as many of us are against it. We need to be very careful. Yes, economic benefits are there, because we know that within marijuana, there are over 100 and something substances or compounds in it. And some of them are used in the manufacturing, they're used in building, they're used in hair industry,
hair production,
beauties and all those things. They're also used in medicine. But one thing that people forget, even the medical marijuana is not an answer to many of the conditions we use them for. In infantile epilepsy, for instance, which sometimes is used, it is not everyone that has infantile epilepsy that benefits from marijuana. And we have also known that regular drugs that are used for those conditions are far more efficacious than even marijuana. Trying to legalize it and under the guise of the legal use is just to make it into something that becomes acceptable if we're not careful. Marijuana will join the class of socially acceptable substances like alcohol and cigarette, and it's becoming like that in Nigeria surreptitiously.
Yes. Because
a lot of people use marijuana. And you know, one thing that I'd like to say is this. There are varieties of marijuana, various ones that people are now using in Nigeria. They call it loud, they call it Arizona, they call it Colorado. They are not marijuana at all.
What about the one they call skunk?
Skunk is different.
Okay.
Skunk is, let me take that and then I'll go back.
Yeah.
Skunk is a combination of marijuana, dry leaves of pawpaw, and then cocaine. That is why when people begin to use skunk, they begin to have a tendency towards addiction because of the cocaine element.
Okay.
And then they all, you see, and it's more expensive. They give a reason to say, well, because it's higher in potentiality, and that's why people use it, and it's more expensive than ordinary marijuana. Maybe ordinary marijuana, 5 rounds may cost about 100 naira or thereabout. But skunk, a pinch of skunk may cost you 2,000 or thereabout. But if I go back to Colorado and Arizona, we know that in those substances, which is not marijuana in itself, the marijuana component of them is about 10 to 11%. The rest is made of chemicals and herbs. And that is why when you see people use it, they can go berserk. They will begin to, it is the element, it is not the marijuana anymore because it's very low. It is the chemical component, they are synthetic marijuanas. And that is what is common to them. Why people use them is because the smell does not have the peculiar smell of marijuana. So if you use it at home, parents may not know. But what brings it out is the effects and consequences. And those are things, we need to do something about the substance.
You know, you said that marijuana, unfortunately, was becoming, or sadly was becoming, surreptitiously a socially acceptable drug. I recall that growing up, joints where they sold or smoked marijuana were not very much welcome within residential areas, right? But these days, sadly, people smoke marijuana on the street, openly, even people in uniform.
You know, that, you see, the thing is, dealing with the issue of substance abuse in Nigeria needs strategic thinking and implementation. And to be honest with you, I'm glad that General Marwa has come to become the chairman of NDLEA. He was chairman of PASIDA, and in the process, he met with a lot of stakeholders. So he had a very good understanding of what the issues are. And I think it's beginning to unfold. My fear is, I hope they give there's a political will to help him and also the resources. In the sense that one of the things we must begin to do in Nigeria is look at the NDLEA proper. The law setting it up has to be reviewed, in my own understanding. Is too omnibus. What they expect to do, this. If we don't begin to particularize their area of attention, yes, it's good. They can be doing the interdiction, catching people and all the rest. But we need to place emphasis on demand reduction. If we don't do that, because one of the things that the Europeans have understood is this: they give us a lot of gadgets to catch people at the airport. You can't carry the drug. So what happens to the drug that doesn't go out? They get domesticated. And if they get domesticated, it allows accessibility and availability on different scales. So people can get it, they can use it. So the thing we must begin to look at now is how do we look at this thing? As you said, I doubt if you walk down this whether you won't find where you can buy it. And it's not limited to motor. You see, the wrong impression we've always had. We thought people who do drugs are motor park boys, rascals. Is not true. Big people, I mean, some experiences we are seeing lately have shown us that big people do. If you want to see some of these things in some areas of secluded areas of Lagos, highbrow areas, is to watch during break time. When you see, what do they call, yuppies, leave their offices in suit and everything, you see them drive to a house. They're not going there to have, just sit down. There's something that's going to happen there. Many of the parties today that are highbrow are drug fed. So we need to be aware, and you probably also have noticed or seen from when they has done, many of the cookies, many of these things are bought online. People are making drugs and putting them in food materials and selling them to young people. And so that's why we need to worry. And when you talked about tackling it and about the availability, look, whether highbrow or anywhere in Lagos, there's no place, there's no joint.
You know, that's something that's very scary. You said there's possibly nowhere in Nigeria, no part of Nigeria where there is no joint, drug joint. What I have found is that even the drug of use, the preferred drug of use, differs from region to region.
Absolutely.
So that's like a hydra-headed problem.
Good. You know, you've just touched on something that I'd like to elaborate. You know, in CADAM, we sat down and looked at the spectrum of the things available, and then we came to a classification. 4 groups. The first one is socially acceptable, alcohol and cigarette. Go and check today. There is no alcohol you will not find in sachet. And why do they put it in sachet? The man who cannot buy the bottle can buy the sachet. The sachet is about 20 naira. So when you go to the joint, you see them buy like 2 of them, using them, release the amount, put it out, and then begin to use the drug of that day. And then so it allows students to buy it. And then let's go to the next way, which is the illicit. Illicit classification, which everybody knows. Heroin, cocaine, marijuana, skunk, and all of them. And all of them. Illicit because they're illegal. You can't carry them on your person and then take them, you'll be caught. And then the third one is prescription drugs. Something like tramadol, something like Refnol, something like Valium, something like injection pentazocine. These are drugs that are prescribed in hospitals for moderate to severe cases of pain. One of the things we're beginning to find that is scary, and I'm talking very responsibly because they are being called to come and intervene. There's a particular drug called injection pentazocine, which is you can get on the counter. They call it Fortwin. It's a painkiller, which is usually used for sicklers, which has been corruptly used carelessly for sicklers. If you give pentazocine to someone, in 5 minutes the pain will disappear. You will see and say, hey, there's no pain. So it's become common because you can get it everywhere. Doctors, nurses are also beginning to abuse it. And also things like pethidine, drugs you can get in the hospital. I mean, Refnol is a drug of prescription that people get. Most of these, all these drugs that I mentioned, you can get them across the counter in Nigeria, prescription. So that's the third category. The scary one is the fourth category. We call them miscellaneous. Why do we say miscellaneous? Because you can't classify them as drugs. Petrol, nail polish remover, gum, Evostic, something like toilet fumes, pit latrine, or if a non-flowing gutter, the stuff are taken and built into a mold and put fire to it, and then they inhale it. You see, this is not localized to Nigeria. I saw it in Kenya when I visited Kenya some years ago. Some young, you know when you see people go to dung hill to begin scavenge, you watch some of them. They will sit down, put fire to it, and stand around it. The fumes that come out produce something like methane, which is also something that they inhale. So that is why we should worry, just as you said. If I can't afford cocaine, I will afford something in that category that gives me the same effect in lesser category. And then lizard dung. People will gather the white part of the lizard dung, grind it, and then put fire to it or sniff it. Oh, no. And also, around Pakistan, Eastern Asia, they use scorpion. They will kill scorpion, dry it, and then use it to sleep. In Nigeria here, there's something called gegemu. You may not know it. People in the villages know it. There is a natural growing plant that they plant behind the house to drive snake. It has fruits. How students knew that it could get them high, I don't know. It was one of the universities that I went to in Nigeria, in Southwest, that told me they will pluck the leaves, they will boil it as if they boil vegetable. You can't take the fluid neat, extremely potent. So they'll put it in bottles. When they go to parties, they'll be giving you a bit. The fruit, they will pluck it, dry it, grind it, either sniff it or put it in alcohol. So when you talk about, there are different areas. We know that in some places, they put some of this in AC.
What?
So when people, AC vent. So that's why you see them, they have their closed parties. They can do this, so they get high.
But what does that getting high do to them or do for them?
It's a, I will call it an escape mechanism without them knowing it. Because what they mean is, when I do this, truly, there's a high that comes with sniffing or taking this thing. And the high is ephemeral. What do I mean by that? You take it, It makes you feel, oh, I'm on top of the world. Your problems, your pain seem to disappear. But it's like a Mexican story. A man carried a lot of load on his head, and he said, let me rest. He put it and he sleeps. And when he wakes up, what does he do? He picks up his load. It's the same thing with addiction. It gives a kind of freedom. I've taken it, I feel hard. But the problem you are running away from, they don't disappear because you've taken something.
No.
When you wake up, you pick up your problem.
Right away.
So unless people begin, you see, there's a lot of work to do about getting people to understand why they should not get high at all.
I'll come back to that. Lot of work to do. Let's just take a short break now, and then we'll continue. We're going on a break now. Welcome back from that break. It's still Timeless Conversations with Dokun Adedeji, my guest. Yes, we're talking about drug abuse, the prevalence of drug abuse, and you were alluding to how it is so widespread, the 4 categories. What's the way out?
You know, honestly, I'm not as pessimistic as some people think about this issue of substance that we can't get out. We can't get out.
Yeah.
But it takes complementary effort. And for us to understand that it is not the NDLEA stuff or NAFDAC stuff alone, you know.
Okay.
It's about all of us. And I'll tell you how and why. To start drugs, many times we find out it starts from the home. I'm not saying that every home that has a problem, their children will take drugs, no. But it gives them there's something. There's something.
There's
that
a gravitation.
Absolutely, that then pushes them to take it. The thing is, primarily, that I say today is parents must be parents again. You and I grew up in a society that it takes a village to train a child.
Yeah.
Your neighbor can first of all push you by the ears and bring you to your parents.
No, flog you mean.
And flog you.
Yes.
And then still bring you to your parents and parents will
flog
flog
you.
you.
Yes.
It doesn't happen today.
Yeah.
Parents go to schools to beat up teachers. What are you telling the child? He can get away with blue murder. Many parents don't know their children.
Yeah.
Because they are in economic pursuit of happiness, in quotes. Everybody wants to work. Everyone wants to be like the Joneses. You see, there's something that I tell people. You know, in psychology, there are 3 psychological components of the human person. The id, the ego. Many of us, no matter the level we get to, still suffer from deficit in ego. And the ego is, who am I? Many of us don't know who we are. We have not sat down to say, who am I? What is my purpose on earth? I didn't just get born because I want to be a part of a number. There has to be something for me particular or specific that I need to do to excel in that makes me feel confident about who I am. That is why you see people want to be like somebody else.
Yes.
You know, Wole Soyinka says something, he said, a tiger does not need to proclaim his tigritude.
At all.
A tiger is a tiger.
Yeah.
And you know, people forget that no matter your disposition, you are also prone to success. There are very good barbers, very good tailors, very good different things, but the society has shifted focus. And generally we all have lost focus, even the church. What does the church talk about today? Money.
Prosperity.
Prosperity. How can you prosper when you have not labored? And then the kind of teaching that the Bible says is not the application of what the pastors say today.
Oh no, you actually you hear church members say that, oh, that brother is driving a Mercedes Benz.
I claim
it. Claim what?
Claim what?
Did you claim the problems that came with it?
With it? And do you know how he got his Benz?
Yes.
You know, until we train our children, as I said to you, my father used to sit with us and talk. My father never talked about money. Money is good, but he talked about values. And you see, I think Yoruba say when you are on the road, you are pursuing money or something, and you meet honor on the road.
Yes, no. So you better take the honor.
You better take the honor because money will come with the honor.
Yeah.
But you see, we are pursuing money at the detriment of honor and value. What is wrong with our society today? Look at it. We blame the young people for this. It's not true. What do they see? What examples? Who are the role models for young people today? Absent. The people they see are the hooligans that the media will promote, put them on pages and flash them up. Do they talk about people like Dr. Korade?
Yeah.
Do they talk about the lady who found money at the airport and returned it? Or there was a boy I read lately in Uniben who did something and the dean had to recognize it. The guy couldn't pay his school fees. He found money. He returned it that would have paid the school fees. Do we talk about them? Does social media carry those kind of stories? No. We carry the story of somebody who just, all these Yahoo boys.
Yes. Somebody who came into huge money all of a sudden.
All of a sudden.
Yeah.
And then nobody, even parents. So when you look at the issue of drugs, it's all those things. So if we're going to deal with it, we have to deal with it in a manner that parents understand what their roles are, and then the society also knows. You know, the problem with society is we're too quick to judge. We never give second chances to people. People that you read about, biographies and everything, if the world didn't give them second chances, look at Obama.
Yes.
If you read the story, you will know this is a classical story of somebody who would have missed it. Look at who he became.
Yeah.
We don't talk to today about those things. I just read a book lately called Beautiful Things on drugs, written by Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden.
Yeah.
If any parent read that book, they should have a different paradigm shift as to how to deal with their children. In all the issues and all the years of addiction, Joe Biden and his wife Jill never derided this boy, never denounced him and threw him out of the house. They just said, we will stand with you. And he wrote it in the book. Those were some of the elements that kept him. So the society must begin to understand these vices grew out of our own situation. We all together must work together to help these people.
I know that there's a huge prevalence of drug use amongst the very young generation, especially university students. What's the relationship between CADAM and the universities?
Both private and... Most private. Usually, our relationship is stronger with private universities and particularly the Christian universities.
Okay.
One started with us and saw the result and the others learned from them. And we also now wrote in order to help the students because many universities, out of ignorance, were expelling students. The final year. And we say to them that is counterproductive, which is one of the things that General Marwa is now talking about. The first attempt in helping should not be punitive. We should not punish users because they are victims. So that is double jeopardy. So we wrote to the universities and said, look, we will be willing to help you. Come and visit us and see what we do. Let them come when you catch them. We will help them with rehabilitation. We will certify them. They'll go back to school. Then if you watch them, many of them have graduated. So
from university?
Oh, from university.
That's
yes, I
good.
know quite many are doctors and nurses and even pilots today.
Fantastic.
That graduated from us. So that gave them, and Nicola, why don't we try? This is not to say that every one of them they sent to us do that. 2, 3 still fail, and then they expel them because they have tried enough. But they have seen a measure of success.
So you're saying the first step is not...
It's not rustication. It's not punishment. Even if you're going to punish, let it be a lesser level. Let's say we suspend you for a semester. Go to so place or wherever you choose. Go and get rehabilitated. Bring a certification that you have stopped. We will take you back to school. We will, because what schools today check at random. Right. So if they are not caught, if you do well, and they'll be watching. Because what we say to them is when they come and finish with us, let a lecturer who has understanding be watching over them, report to the lecturer maybe once in 2 weeks. How are you doing? Look at it, but don't begin to check them out. Maybe this guy. No, that's not the way.
But then there's the other side of checking. when they check randomly and they find some of the chemicals in their bloodstream, like THC, for instance, which I found out can last about 30 days within the system. I mean, what does that mean? And there are other sources of getting THC?
You know, the interesting thing is, if you know, these guys are smart.
Yes.
Catching out the university authorities. Some university authorities test, but they don't catch anyone, depending on what the children, what these boys use. So,
don't say boys only.
No, girls. Oh, girls.
Yeah.
No, you'll be surprised that this is not limited to the men folk. Women do as much drugs as men. So I use boys because in a general sense.
Yes.
So the thing is, if you find it, true, you find it. But it doesn't mean that the person is on a regular use.
Okay.
Because if you use cannabis, if you don't use it within the next 2 weeks, you can still test positive. And but you know, some of the things we are telling universities, do these things with caution. Because there are some natural tablets prescribed in hospital that can make you have a false positive result.
Okay.
With this test. For instance, let me give you. If you take Aleve, Aleve is an analgesic.
Yes.
If you take it, if they test you, they'll find THC. There'll be a false positive for THC. And so just like other drugs, there are a few, we call them non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs.
Okay.
Some of them can give you a false positive for THC. So you can't then find THC and say, oh, surely this guy, you must interrogate the fact. First of all, test and find results. Don't say this is what we found. Do you do this? Do you do this? So that you do not put the university in a difficult position. Because if the university now suspends, and then somehow the student can prove that it doesn't use drugs, if they then do
subsequent tests,
then it becomes a problem for the university. Then nobody will trust your judgment.
So there's a need for caution.
There's a need for caution. And you see, one of the things we also told the university, who catches someone to take for test? You need to be careful. There must be, the security can catch, but they must hand over to someone with more authority and understanding who can then say, we'll do this. If you don't do that and it becomes the security who can just take, then they will make mistakes.
Yeah.
And what we also told universities, all this noise about drugs, they don't grow in the universities. They got brought in.
Yes.
Some of the staff of the university are culpable. In the kitchen, in the laundry, the marijuana,
the dispatch person.
Yes, all those things are people who can bring this to this. There's one particular student I saw last week who said to me that within his school, I won't mention the university, it's a Christian university. He said in their school they use Colorado. So I asked him why. He said in the test kit of the university, Colorado does not show. It's not detected. So they use it on a grand scale. To get it within the campus from people who sell it as students starts from 2,000, 2,500 to 3,000. So he now has a friend who is in a public institution who brings it, who gets it from outside for about 500 naira. So he brings it to him. But that guy was coming one day to supply it. Both of them got caught. He was tested, it was negative, although he uses. The other person who brought was positive because he uses other things. So he was suspended or expelled. So we said to him, we will rehabilitate him and do a letter to your university that this is this, and then give you a second chance. But public institutions don't really care. You come, I mean, you can imagine that population in some of these public institutions, how would they be bothering themselves? But they have to bother because they are producing people for the outside market. The same way the workplace needs to begin to bother today in terms of the people they employ. Because if you are not careful, you will employ them to your system and they begin to grow within your system. And the drug they take does not have to be some, it can be an innocuous thing. If you see somebody in the office, for instance, who is taking a particular beverage, put it on his table, the same bottle or container for like 3 hours is not, it must be strange to you. Or somebody has a flask. You know, there's this singer who sang one time, water bottle.
Yes.
those things are not just strict water bottle. Nobody goes to a party carry water bottle.
Yes.
So you must know that there's something in it. So I'm talking about this because we must begin to be observant of the current practices in our environment to help us take decisions.
But this whole situation looks so bleak. Is there a way out?
Oh, of course there is.
You are optimistic?
I'm optimistic. Look, let me tell you my basis for optimism, particularly now.
Yes.
And I must confess, having met General Marwa and worked with him a bit, I have a feeling, I'm strongly optimistic that if he is allowed to take the time and strategy as he wants to do, with the available resources, and then with his motivating his work staff, we will get results. It will be, but it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. What do I mean by that? It won't happen by magic. It will happen because we join up to work with him, and it's every facet. You said something the other time in questioning me. Even within the law enforcement agencies, they are greater users of drugs than the average society. I've been to joints where I saw them in uniform, take off their cap and they're shacking up. And that's why we have those accidents at the checkpoints and all those things. The custom must be involved in the interdiction. You know when people import, was it end of last year, somebody imported some containers of tramadol. If they were not caught at the port, they would have gone. When they said the number of tablets counted, if they were distributed across every Nigerian, each of us will have 2 to 3 tablets. You can then know the magnitude. But I can show you, if that thing had walked past them, within 2 weeks they'll be importing another set.
Another one,
So each component of society, you know, I mentioned parents, I mentioned schools, I mentioned the workplace, then the church.
And the mosque too.
And the mosque, the religious body. You know why I'm particular about religious bodies? They see a lot more people than any component of our society. So if the pastors know about drugs, they talk about, not in a judgmental sense, oh, if you take drugs, you go to hell. You are making the boys continue to take. Something has to take me to somewhere. Don't use that. We must use love and empathy and drive it home. And when they come to talk to us, it must be confidentially maintained. They might even say, don't tell my parents. Then don't call their parents, because their parents give you shoes when they travel. You call them money. Then you destroy. And the others will never tell you stop. It cuts across. The confidentiality must cut across every facet of the society. The church, the workplace, the schools, and everything.
Now, to ask you a final question, how is CADAM funded?
I thank you for asking me. It is one of the most difficult aspects of our operation. And I must say this, if not for Mommy Gio, we would be struggling like anything. She visited us and saw our center in the rudimentary stage when we were. She said, and this is a rehab center. No wonder when I tell people to come, they don't want to come. They say Bujero, and that is like a
ship pen.
Yes, so like, I said, Mommy, but what will we do? We've talked to everyone that we can talk to, no help. She then left, then called me. That was how she began to release money to us until we built a good center. She then spoke
I should come there. I haven't been there in a while.
Oh, you should come. And one of the things I even want to do, interest big Nigerians. Let them come and visit. Then they can take a decision how they can help us. Not necessarily if they want to give money. They can build certain centers. They can give us equipment. They can give us vehicles. The things that we need. They don't have to give us money, so they don't say some people want to chop their money. But it's a place for people to visit. Even when people want to have ceremonies like a poker birthday, they can say, every fund from it I give to this center, or come and help us. But we spend a year. We house them, we clothe them, we treat them, we do all those, so we feed them. So we need help. If we get help, we'll be on top of it, we will do much more.
So, call for help.
Call for help.
Talk to the
I wish today, if anybody watches this, you go to our website, www.cadamonline.org. No, sorry, www.kadam.org.ng. That's our website. Yeah. And then our phone number is 0817-103, I think 9895. Our office is in Ikeja, Agidingbe, 5 Yusuf Close, off Sadiku Street, off Amaro, behind Zenith Bank. Come and visit with us. If you come, you talk to us, we'll take you to visit. You will see these people in flesh. You see the faces of addiction. And then you can see there is hope. That's why I'm happy. And I'm pleased to say to you that it's not all bleak. It looks bleak today, but there's light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you very much, Doc.
Thank you.
Papa. Thank you so much. My guest today on Timeless Conversations has been Dr. Dokun Adedeji, an altruistic person, totally selfless. It's been a pleasure having you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we'll follow up on what Kadam is doing. We'll come there.
We'll be glad.
We'll come there. Maybe we can do a special one.
I think you should.
Site.
I think you should, and maybe also get somebody like General Mara to talk to us.
Yeah, we'll reach out to him. We'll reach out to him. Thank you very much for watching. See you some other time. Bye.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.